This is Heartland Stars, a Heartland Cowboy Christmas Sweet Romance, Book 7. Written by Jesse Gussman. Performed by J. Dice. Chapter 1. Meg carried the 3 leftover hot dogs into the house. Rose's one-year birthday party had been a huge success, but most of the guests had left, and it was just her sisters and a few close friends cleaning up. "Look at this," Candace said, holding up a bag of rolls. 3 rolls left, too. How often does that happen? Meg smiled. Never. That's definitely a first. That'll be supper for you for the next 3 days, Candace said with a happy smile. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you letting us have Rose's birthday here, rather than having to try to have it in our new place when we're doing all those renovations and getting everything settled. Thank you. My pleasure. You know you're always welcome here. I think it would be hard to move out of the home you grew up in and not feel at home when you come back. I hope that doesn't happen. Oh, Meg, Candace said, her eyes going to the window where her husband, Jefferson, carried Rose around on his shoulders while he cleaned the grill and put the yard furniture back in their rightful places. Things change, she sighed. That's just one of those things in life that we have to get used to. Meg nodded, but Candace's words made the unsettled feeling that had been in her chest all day even worse. You girls talking about changes? Aunt Bev said as she walked into the kitchen. She had gone in earlier to take a little nap on the couch, saying all of the excitement had worn her out. Yeah, good changes, but even good changes can make you sad, Candace said, her smile not quite as bright, as she wrapped the bag around the rolls and put them in the cupboard. That's the truth, girl, Aunt Bev said. It's probably best if you just accept the fact that your life is going to shift when you least expect it, and understand that most of the time when God changes your life, He does it for a reason. Sometimes it takes a little bit until we see it, and we have a tendency to fight the change. But if we could see our lives from God's perspective, we'd know that the changes are necessary. Meg put the hot dogs in a baggie and set them in the refrigerator. They truly would make her supper for the next 3 nights, along with some of the other leftovers. I know you're right, Aunt Bev, and I'm not upset or trying to fight anything. I guess I get overwhelmed by the memories sometimes, you know. Just last year, my 2 sisters and I were happy and having fun in this house, working on the farm together. And now Esther's happily married, with a little one on the way, but living in town, and she hasn't approached me about it, but I think that she and Monroe would like to sell their third of the farm. And Candace just moved last month, and I'm happy for her and excited because I think they're going to really enjoy living where they are. And they're not that far away. It's just different. You know, when you're the one left behind, it's always a little harder, Aunt Bev said with a sad smile. She ought to know. She raised 4 girls who all moved out of the house. All of a sudden, Meg understood how that might feel, to have that change. Aunt Bev went on. You're the one that's still in the same spot, walking around with all the memories, while the person who moved on, or people, or whatever, they're living a new, exciting life, and they don't have as much time or as much empty brain power to think about the past. Plus, they're not living with the house and everything right with them. That's a good explanation. I'm just kind of living with the memories every day, and it's hard to shake them. Miss Matilda always said when you take something away, you need to replace it with something. She was talking about sin. Like when you stop listening to music you know you shouldn't be listening to because it glorifies immorality or cheating or just encourages you to do bad things. she would say you need to replace it with good music, because you don't want to take it out and just have a hole there. So when you take something bad out of your life, you make a decision to replace it with something good. Candace wrung a rag out at the sink and started wiping the table. It's not that anything bad has left your life, but the people who leave, like we were talking about, they have already replaced things. They've taken something out and replaced it with something else, but the person who's left behind hasn't. Often doesn't. They just have that hole, and they don't think of replacing it with anything. I have never thought about it that way, but I remember Miss Matilda saying that, and that's kind of been a principle that I've thought about, but I didn't apply it to this. Candace stood and walked across the kitchen to Meg, where she leaned against the counter and put her arms around her. It makes me sad to think that you're sad. I'm sorry. Meg hugged her back, relishing the contact. She'd been alone in the house, and she hadn't realized how much she had missed the contact with her sisters. Now that there was no one, she wouldn't say she got lonely exactly. She just kind of craved human touch and interaction. Please don't be sad. I'm not sure how we got on the subject, but it definitely wasn't because I wanted you to feel guilty. I'm glad we talked about it, because it's obvious to me that I need to fill the hole, as Miss Matilda would say, with something, rather than just trying to power through the sadness. Sometimes we can power through things, but sometimes it's okay to try to make that powering through a little easier, Aunt Bev said. Meg nodded, feeling hopeful, which was better than the slightly depressed feeling she'd been having as everyone packed up and started leaving. The amount of people who had been here after having no one for days had been a little overwhelming. But the idea that both of her sisters were married, and she wasn't, made her feel even more left behind. She honestly didn't begrudge her sisters any happiness, not at all. But the fact of the matter was she did have a hole in her life. She did feel left behind, and it was up to her to fix it, not up to anyone else to undo something they had done, just to try to make her happy. I think maybe I'm going to make some changes, Meg said, thinking about the message she had gotten earlier this morning. She had determined to do something about it, but then changed her mind. Now, it seemed like the Lord might be opening a door, after closing several others. Well, honey, don't be too rash, Aunt Bev said, coming over and patting her arm. You also don't want to make snap decisions just because you're trying to grasp at anything to replace the things that you've lost. That's good advice, Aunt Bev, Candace said, giving her sister a concerned look. Meg smiled. I'm not going to do anything that I'm not going to pray about first and feel like God wants me to do. That's a relief, and that's much smarter than I was, Candace said, kind of sadly, her eyes again going to the window. But God can take bad mistakes and turn them for good, sometimes despite the fact that we don't deserve it. Meg wanted to argue and tell Candace that she deserved every good thing, but she understood what Candace was saying, that no one truly deserved the goodness God gave to them, that each and everything that came through His grace was a gift beyond measure, and one they needed to be thankful for, especially when it came after they had made poor decisions and even sinned. Promise me that you're not going to do anything rash, Candace said, studying Meg's face. I promise, Meg said easily, knowing that she wouldn't. Although, if she truly did answer that social media post, some might consider it rash. But this conversation in the kitchen had been exactly what she needed. Glancing out the window, she saw Preston, their neighbor, trying to move the picnic table back by himself while Jefferson carried some chairs back to the barn. I'm going to run out and give him a hand, Meg said quickly, hurrying to the door and stepping out. The picnic table was heavy, Although Preston was moving it, it would be much easier with 2 people. She was so grateful that Preston had stayed to help clean up, and she didn't want to see him working extra hard when she could help. "Hang on a second," she called as she walked through the yard. "I'll give you a hand with that." "This thing must be made with bricks. It weighs a ton." "It's pressure-treated lumber, and I ought to know, since I made it in high school." "You made this? You typically don't see an octagon picnic table like this." "I love it, except you can't push the seats in and out, which I suppose is typical for a picnic table. But it makes it kind of hard to have a group of people of various ages and sizes sitting together." "That's the story with picnic tables, right?" Preston said as Meg picked up the other end, and they carried it, somewhat awkwardly, back over to the oak tree where it typically sat, not far from the rope swing. They settled it down, and Meg brushed her hands off, figuring she'd walk back up to the house with Preston and kind of waiting on him. But he stood there, shoving his hands in his pockets. "Nice party." "You know, it's funny we do so much celebrating with 1-year-olds, because the kids never remember them. It's mostly for the adults." "And the other kids. Lisa and Oliver seem to have a great time." He referred to Candace and Jefferson's other 2 children, the ones that they didn't have custody of but had permission to keep. "They did. Birthday parties are always fun for kids. Hopefully, anyway." "As long as there's cake, they're fun for me too." Meg laughed. "I guess I could say the same thing, although I always love to eat off the grill, and we just don't cook on it unless we have people over." "That's part of summer as well," Preston said and leaned his hip against the picnic table like he was planning on staying for a while and chatting. Meg didn't mind. Almost everything had been cleaned up, and she'd be heading down to the barn to start the work, a little late, but it would be there when she got there, so she wasn't in a huge hurry. "This is going to sound odd," Preston started, and Meg's breath caught in her throat. He almost sounded like he was a little unsure, and she thought he might be going to propose something to her. Preston was a great guy, a good friend, and someone she really liked and admired. He didn't date, and everyone pretty much assumed it was because the girl he'd fallen in love with in high school had married someone else. But maybe he was like her, ready to do something desperate just to move on with his life. Chapter 2. "I've heard a lot of odd things lately, so I don't think you're going to surprise me," Meg said to Preston with a smile, thinking that if he was proposing something between them, she'd probably give it just as much thought as she gave a random stranger who messaged her on social media. Only the stranger wasn't random. He was a farmer that had been in the news. He'd had his farm taken by eminent domain. She'd looked him up. "I've been talking to a friend of mine, someone I've done business with over the years. Our parents were friends or something like that, I think. They met at a cattle convention or something. They just know our family, although we haven't always been close." "We have friends like that," Meg said, understanding what he was trying to say. The friendship went way back, and they weren't really sure how it started and didn't know all the details of the family. "Yeah, well, I just wanted you to know that we have history. This isn't someone I just met. He's been fighting for his farm. Maybe you've read that in the news." Meg's ears perked up. Obviously, Preston wasn't going to be saying what she was thinking he might have. And it sounded like he was talking about the man who messaged her earlier? "I had an odd message today from someone who said a similar thing, and so I actually did look it up in the news. I've heard bits and pieces of it, but I sat down and read the articles. They're building an airport?" "Yeah, and this farm has been in his family for 8 generations. The state's giving him market value for it, which is probably lower than what he would have gotten if he would have sold it, but—" Preston shrugged his shoulders. You can't argue with the government. It's frustrating, especially when you know they're wrong. But again, there's just nothing you can do. Or at least, there's nothing he can do anymore. He's gone through all the court channels, and he lost. They're taking his farm."
"That's so sad."
Meg shivered. It would be devastating to have the government come in and decide that they need to put a golf course or a high-rise or whatever on their property and just take it. Even if it was for the greater good of a lot of other people, it seemed wrong to do an injustice to one person in order to be kind to other people. Not that the government was interested in being kind. Biblical principles didn't apply to a government. It was an entity, not a person. Still, she could see the applications in her own life, that it didn't matter how many people benefited from something. If someone else had to lose in order for them to gain, the person who lost was always devastated. It is, particularly since during the years that he's been fighting the courts to keep them from taking his land, his wife died of cancer. She had read some of that online, and it was just terrible.
"Doesn't he have 4 children as well?"
"That's right, 4. I think the oldest is 8, and the youngest 4. Her cancer was diagnosed while she was pregnant with the youngest, and she chose to have the baby rather than abort it and start treatments right away. That's another thing that's been hard for Farris. That's the man's name, by the way, because the doctor said that if she'd started treatments right away, she would have had a chance to live."
"He feels guilty? Wasn't that her choice?"
"It was, but I think he agreed with it. I think he probably still agrees with it. It's not right to kill someone else in order to save your life."
"I agree, but that would be a very difficult decision, because no one in our society would condemn her for choosing to terminate that pregnancy because she had cancer and needed treatments."
"Exactly. A lot of people criticize them for it, especially him. In fact, I think her family is still angry at him, and they fought for custody of the children after she passed."
"Wow, he's really been through a lot."
"He has. He's disillusioned, I think you could say."
"I guess I would be too."
And here she was moping around because her sisters moved out. But no one had died, and she wasn't losing the farm. At least, not yet.
A story like this makes it so easy for me to count my blessings. It makes me feel guilty for feeling even the slightest bit like I'm not grateful for everything that I have.
Yeah, I know. But I wasn't really telling you that to make you feel bad for him. I just wanted you to know that I know him, and I wanted you to know some of his background because... Here he paused, and Meg held her breath. He seemed like he was on the verge of saying something important, and he wasn't quite sure how to phrase it. And after the message that she'd gotten, she was kind of putting things together. When I was talking to him, not long ago, he had said that he pretty much accepted that he was having to move off of his farm, to move his children somewhere else. And he said how much easier this would be if he had someone beside him. Like losing the farm wasn't nearly as hard as losing his wife.
I wouldn't think so.
He wants to buy a farm, and he wants to get married again.
That's reasonable.
Preston tilted his head and seemed like he wasn't sure whether he was going to say something or not. She assumed he decided not to, because he shook it and said, "When I talked to him, he told me that he would like to get married, buy a farm, and move on. But with 4 kids and all the things that he's been through, he just wasn't sure how to go about trying to find someone. He asked me about online dating sites."
I know several people who found their significant other through online dating sites. It could be the way to go,
Meg said, wondering what in the world Preston was thinking talking to her about it. Maybe he was suggesting she get on an online dating site. "I suggested, before he tries the online dating sites, that he contact you." I thought you might be interested in a proposition." Meg's mouth dropped and her eyes widened, and she stared at Preston.
"You are the reason I got that message this morning."
Preston grinned. "You mean he already sent it?"
"He did, this morning."
"That's funny. I talked to him last night." Preston's face held humor, and he shook his head a little. "He seemed to think my idea was really good, but he wanted to pray about it and said he wasn't going to send a message unless he felt clear guidance from the Lord."
"Sometimes God takes forever to answer me, but apparently he answers Farris much faster."
"Yeah, well, I just wanted to let you know that the message was coming. Sorry I'm late, but I also wanted to let you know that the guy is a dependable, hardworking, honest man."
"That's exactly what I wondered when I saw the message. I guess, well, he offered me a marriage of convenience."
"A marriage of convenience? You mean he didn't ask you out on a date?"
"No, he explained about the 4 children and said that dating would be difficult. He did say that if I wasn't comfortable, we could spend some time getting to know each other."
"I see. Don't hate me, but I had actually suggested a marriage of convenience to him. I said that you had character, were dependable, a hard worker, and if you give your word, you keep it."
"Wow, thanks for all the compliments,"
she said, only half joking. She had no idea Preston would say so many nice things about her. "They're true. Anyone in town would say the same thing. I don't know why you look so surprised."
"Because I see all my flaws. They look huge in my eyes, and when someone says something nice about me, it always surprises me."
"I suppose that's the way we are, although some of us don't have trouble seeing our good qualities and don't realize we have flaws." He huffed out a laugh.
"I think those people are hard to live with, but I agree, there are people like that."
"Farris isn't one of them, just so you know. He's been through a lot, though, so I don't think he would be the kind of guy who's going to court you and bring you flowers and write poetry. And I'm not even sure he's the kind of man who's going to fall in love." Preston said the last bit, kind of looking at Meg, gauging her reaction.
"We're really practical around here. While my sisters and I have always been physically affectionate, I don't think anyone really has time for catering to feelings and all that kind of stuff."
"Sometimes falling in love hurts a lot, and for a long time. And sometimes I think that maybe it's unnecessary for a marriage. Maybe feelings get in the way at times, and we make them more important when it's really the actions that matter." Preston seemed to be alluding to the fact that he had fallen in love and had gone through a lot of pain because of it. It didn't really explain why he wasn't married, if he didn't think feelings were important, but sometimes people didn't make sense. A breeze blew across the grass, rocking the rope swing and blowing Meg's hair in front of her face. She turned her head toward the wind, closing her eyes for just a second, just feeling it on her face. She loved it here. She couldn't imagine leaving. She also loved the idea of not having to spend time on date after date after date, with the wrong person after the wrong person after the wrong person. Of making a decision and sticking with it.
"I don't care if he's handsome, but I guess I kind of like a guy that's, I don't know, doesn't get angry and is patient."
None of the articles she'd read had included great pictures of the man. "I can vouch for that. I wouldn't have given him your name if I didn't think he has those qualities, that once he gives his word, he'll stick to it. He doesn't have anger issues where he flies off the handle at things. And I know that because I've worked with him through some tough situations. You know, rain coming, crops need to be gotten in immediately, and 3 different things break. He handles it well."
"Yeah, that's exactly what I was wondering."
"I can tell you, from working with him, that he would be the kind of guy you can depend on.
That's all I need to know. When she said that, she felt an absolute peace in her soul. Earlier in the day, when she had thought she would message him back, she had made that decision without really thinking about what the Lord would want her to do. That was why she changed her mind. She couldn't just run into something because she felt sad that her sisters left, or because she thought it might help save the farm. Jefferson was working both farms, and Candace had confided in her that he was overdoing it and needed to cut something somewhere. This would be the perfect solution. Now that she heard from Preston, that she had the conversation in the kitchen about the replacement principle, it just felt like God was moving everything in this direction. Thanks a lot for taking the time to talk to me, and I guess we'll see if I thank you for giving my name to this Farris person.
Next year this time, we'll see. You can thank me, or you can tell me that I need to quit my matchmaking side gig and just focus on being a farmer.
1 year from today, I'll let you know.
Chapter 3. Farris Warner stared at his phone in disbelief. The woman, his friend Preston, had suggested what was the word? Proposition? It felt like a father of 4 was a little too old to be propositioning anyone, but he supposed that was what it was. He hadn't thought she'd actually respond. He wasn't too worried about messaging a complete stranger and asking them to do something totally crazy. He figured he could tell Preston, "Yeah, did it. She ignored me. Big surprise." He hadn't expected her to message him back. Her answer had been simple.
I'll do it.
That had been shocking enough. So then, he, thinking that maybe she was just being smart with him, said, "Great. How about this afternoon?" And she had written back,
"Okay, what's your address? I'll be there at 2.
Now, he was glad she was coming, because he loved this house. He'd grown up in it, and it held all of the memories of his entire life. He loved it, loved the farm. And there was a part of him that was glad that if this woman, this Meg, was seriously going to marry him, which is what he asked her to do, he wanted her to know the farm for at least a moment before he lost it. He had a week left before he had to move out, and they'd already had the auction. Pretty much everything was gone, except the kids' toys, the kitchen and bath things, bedding, clothes, and a few odds and ends. Personal stuff. Things he was hoping to move with him wherever he went. He had a place lined up, but looked like he might not need it. He fingered his phone, then sent a text to Preston. "Is this girl for real? She didn't ask me any questions, just said yes." It didn't take long for Preston's message to come back. "I talked to her. Told her you were honest and dependable. That's all she needed to hear." "Really? What kind of woman is she?" His imagination spun, his baser nature took over, and he figured she must be ugly. "Is she deformed?" He sent it before he could erase it and then quickly hit the button to unsend. Before he could, Preston's answer came back. "Ha, you're going to be surprised." That's all he said, which wasn't exactly a no, but it wasn't a yes either. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Beggars can't be choosy, and I just can't believe she agreed so easily." Jackie, his late wife, would have needed a year to think about it. She would have asked a million questions, she would have gathered all the details, lined them up on a spreadsheet, and had 70 churches in 40 different states praying for her. She was a good woman. But maybe he could get used to this whole just make a decision and go with it kind of person. Did that say something bad about her? She felt like it was God opening a door. When I said you had character, she was sure it was God. That's the kind of girl she is. Preston's message was reassuring. He hadn't thought Preston would set him up with anyone who wasn't a Christian and didn't believe the way he did. Not that there was anything wrong with such people, just if his relationship was going to work, it was important that they agreed on religion at least. Politics even better. And money. Money could wreck a relationship. He was always able to tune out the chaos around his house, but that thought made him look around. He didn't want to go into a relationship that wasn't going to be good for his children. He'd been clear with Preston when they talked. He trusted Preston enough that this Meg, whoever she was, would be not abusive at the very least, as much as anyone could know. Because even if he dated her for 3 years, he really wouldn't know what she would be like until she was in the day-to-day grind of raising his kids and running a household. It wasn't easy. He ought to know, since he'd been doing it by himself for almost 4 years. A loud bang interrupted his thoughts, startling him, although he knew exactly what it was a half-second after it happened. Matt had broken one of the balloons the kids were playing with. Immediately, Missy started crying. "My balloon! My balloon! Why did you break mine? Why didn't you break your own?" Her sobs started again, only harder. "Matt, you did that on purpose. Why are you always so mean?" Jenny, the second oldest and the one that did the most mothering, had her hands on her hips and glared at her brother. "Because he can't help himself," said Robert, who at 8 wasn't exactly endowed with the world's wisdom. "Missy, you don't need to keep crying. We'll get you another one. I think I have a couple pink ones left." He knew from experience that it needed to be pink. With Missy, everything needed to be pink. "And Matt, since you broke it, you need to blow it up for her. After you apologize," Farris said, trying to keep the tiredness out of his voice. They were in the middle of the busiest season of the year, except for possibly the corn harvest, and he should be outside, working. But his fields lay fallow. The judgment had been rendered almost 3 months ago, and the eviction date set. There hadn't been any point in planning anything this year. Matt apologized, grudgingly, and Missy stopped crying after Farris bent down and gave her a hug. He held her hand as they walked over to the cupboard, got in the balloon bag, and found a pink one. "When you have it blown up, I'll tie it for you, okay, bud?" Matt nodded, but he still seemed sullen. He probably had it the worst of all the children. From the time he was born, Jackie had been exhausted. Then she'd gotten pregnant right away with Missy. And then the cancer. Matt had memories of his mother, vague ones, but they were mostly of her telling him to go away and that she was too tired to deal with him. Farris had tried to be both a mom and dad to them, but with that, taking care of his wife, taking care of the farm, and still trying to fight the government to keep them from taking his home, he just couldn't keep all the balls in the air. He looked again at his phone. Should he let her come this afternoon? Was she planning to just visit, or did she think they were going to get married this afternoon? He didn't usually overthink things, but since he was tired, he probably wasn't thinking as clearly as what he should be. As he opened his eyes and looked around the room, at least one thing was clear. He needed to do some major cleaning if he was going to have a woman who was looking to be his potential wife coming here in just a few hours. Lunch still sat on the stove. Breakfast hadn't been totally cleared off the counter. The floor was dirty, and there were toys everywhere. Plus, the place looked barren, with most of the furniture gone and pictures off the walls and in boxes. He'd been planning on moving, just had been dragging his feet, waiting until the very last second. He didn't want to leave his ancestral home. He looked again at his phone. If he gave her his address, she could show up any time. But he didn't want to hold back. He supposed, if she were going to do this, she might as well see the worst when she walked in the door. He wasn't a neat freak, not with the house anyway, although he was always fanatical about his equipment. And his kids weren't perfect. Far from it. He looked at them. He loved them. Loved them so much it hurt sometimes. Hurt because he knew that their lives had been messed up almost from the beginning. Robert, the oldest, had had a few years of normalcy, as had Jenny, the second oldest at 6. The other two had never had anything resembling a normal family. Lawsuits had a tendency to stress everything. Still, he didn't want to scare this Meg away with a house that looked like goats lived in it rather than people. He typed his address in and sent it. Then he sent an additional text. 2 o'clock is fine. I'll watch for you. Hopefully that gave her the hint that he didn't want her here before that. Wait, not that he didn't want her, that he wouldn't be ready for her before that. He almost said that the courthouse would be open until 5, but he wasn't sure if that's why she was coming, or if she was coming to meet him to make sure. How could he ask that without sounding weird? There was no way. Of course, he'd sent that proposition, that marriage of convenience offer, and she hadn't batted an eye. So, why not? Another bang indicated another balloon had popped, and by the sounds of the crying, it was probably Missy's again. But he finished the text before he turned to deal with his children. Are you coming to meet the children and me? Or are you planning on getting married today too? I'm asking so I can have someone come watch the kids if we need to go to the courthouse. Chapter 4. Meg put the eggs on the table and pulled her phone back out of her pocket. She'd told Farris she would come see him, and she assumed the buzzing in her pocket was him sending his address back so she could visit. She'd been slightly surprised that he'd accepted her offer of coming today. She hadn't really expected that. Not too many people would do something so spur of the moment, but not too many people texted complete strangers marriage offers either. She was curious about this Farris fella. What could a guy like that be like? Was she making a big mistake? She couldn't deny she felt nervous. After all, this was a huge step. But she also felt peace. She couldn't be more convinced that this was exactly what the Lord wanted her to do. There just wasn't any question in her head about it.
God, if this is not your will, please show me clearly.
God didn't want her to get herself into a scrape any more than she did herself, and surely he would put up a roadblock if she asked him to, if it wasn't in his will for her to do this. Her jaw dropped a little as she read Farris's text. Her hand rested on the egg basket, forgotten. He wanted to get married today? Married? Like, she thought visit, and he thought going to the courthouse. Was he that desperate? She read through the text again and realized she hadn't really said. What was he supposed to expect? And he was just asking because he had children to think of. She knew how that was. She'd watched Rose enough times for Candace. Plus, Patty, Lisa, and Oliver might be older, but she'd spent enough time with them to know getting kids ready wasn't a 5-minute job. Sometimes getting ready could take hours, and finding someone to watch them could be extremely difficult. So, when she looked at it from that perspective, his question was perfectly reasonable. She could also see how he wouldn't want her to show up at his house, expecting to go to the courthouse and get married, and him be completely unprepared with his children. Maybe she should have asked how old they were. If Preston had said, she couldn't remember. She'd been processing a lot of information in a day. Taking a deep breath, she blew it out. She could do this. And she would. If they were planning on getting married, why not do it today? She rolled that question over in her head and finally decided that they might as well, right? It wasn't like she was going to know him any better in 3 days than she would know him in 1. So, with hands that trembled, she wrote back, "If you can find someone to watch the children, we can go to the courthouse. Otherwise, I'd still like to visit." There, that was kind of leaving it in the Lord's hands. If he couldn't find someone to watch the children, she'd take that as a sign that maybe she should spend some more time on this. But if the sitter worked out, then that was definitely God paving the way. Maybe her reasoning was faulty, but it still felt right. Not that she thought she should live by her feelings. She had to remind herself of that, because she had a tendency to let her feelings rule. She didn't want them to. At the same time, they were helpful in making decisions, and especially in letting her know if something didn't seem quite right. She'd learned over the years to listen to herself when things didn't seem quite right. Standing in the kitchen, thinking that pretty soon quiet time might be hard to come by, with 4 children running around the house all the time and a husband. There would be a husband around the house, too. Her husband. Yeah, her stomach felt like it was wrapping itself around a metal bar and squeezing. Husband. Did she really know what she was getting into? Maybe it was coincidence, but in her Bible reading just that morning, she'd read about Isaac and Rebekah, and how the servant had gone for Rebekah, and Rebekah's family had wanted her to wait to leave, but the servant wanted to return right away. They'd allowed Rebekah to choose. Rebekah had gone immediately. A marriage of convenience, Bible style. She hadn't sought that chapter out either. It had just been the next chapter in her daily reading plan. Coincidence? She didn't think God worked in coincidences. He worked according to a plan, and everything was orchestrated for the good of those who loved him and for his glory. Could God get glory out of a marriage of convenience? She supposed he could, since Isaac and Rebekah were in the Bible. Looking around the kitchen, she figured she ought to tidy up before she left. Would she be staying overnight? Should she pack a bag? Would Farris be coming back with her? She didn't have answers for any of those questions, but it never hurt to be prepared. So, therefore, she would tidy up the kitchen and the rest of the house. She glanced at the clock on the wall. She had time to wash the sheets and get beds ready. Just in case he decided to come home with the children, her house would be ready. And she'd pack a bag, too, just in case he was expecting her to stay the night there. That had issues of its own. Well, that's something she and Farris would have to talk about. With that, she put it out of her mind and got to work. She had a wedding to go to later. Hers. Chapter 5.
You have arrived at your destination.
The computerized voice spoke in the interior of her car as Meg pulled into the drive of a beautiful old farmhouse. The house was white and big and welcoming, with a front porch perfect for rocking chairs and 2 big trees guarding it on either side. There was a modern-looking barn off to the right and back some, and several other smaller implement buildings scattered around. It was missing any type of equipment: tractors, loaders, wagons, combines, or anything of that nature. It almost looked deserted, except for a few brightly colored toys in the front yard, and a couple of bicycles. A tricycle sat next to the front steps, and a dog lay in front of the front door. Odd, she hadn't even thought of a dog. They hadn't gotten another one since their old blue heeler had passed away several years ago. None of them had had the heart to adopt another to begin with, and then Esther had gotten sick, and her life had snowballed from there. She'd like to have a dog again. That was the least of her concerns, though. A dog was pretty self-sufficient. He'd be fine as long as he had food and water. But kids? On the way here, she started feeling the weight of having 4 little people depending on her. Could she do it? That hadn't really been one of her main concerns when she thought about a marriage of convenience. In fact, she knew kids would come with it from the beginning, which was nice. But the idea of her taking care of them depending on her?
It is no different than a barn full of hogs depending on you to make sure they get feed and water. Well, not much different,
her brain added. Then it chuckled. How many people had a brain that laughed at them? Was it too late to trade hers in? She wanted one that helped her, not made fun of her. It took a little while to get down the drive, especially since she was going slow. Not because she was dragging her feet exactly, just because she was giving herself a chance to adjust. Before she stopped, the front door had opened and one little blonde head had appeared. It didn't take any time at all before more blonde heads not just appeared through the glass door but tumbled out of it and waited, in various states of motion, on the front porch, with one little boy coming down the stairs. She smiled. They were cute, although she wasn't deceived. Children were a lot of work, no matter how cute they were. But then the person she was most interested in, at least now, stood behind the storm door, one hand up as though on the handle getting ready to open it, although he was motionless. Tall. That was her first impression. Tall. Maybe a little of middle-age spread. He wasn't skinny like a teenager, and he didn't have the whipcord hardness of a 20-year-old. He looked his age, which she assumed was close to hers, in his early 30s. Maybe she should ask? Before or after they said I do? Right. Maybe she should know how old he was before she married him. And his middle name. She should definitely know his middle name before she married him. Anything else? She almost laughed out loud at herself. There were a lot of other things she ought to know before she married the man, but she'd made this decision, and even though she was feeling very, very nervous about it, it wasn't the kind of nervousness that made her want to change her mind. It was the kind of nervousness that said she was taking a big step, and that's all. The man had come out, standing in his stocking feet, a nice pair of newer-looking jeans, and a button-down shirt. Pretty much the outfit of a farmer. His sleeves were short, and his arms were tanned. His forehead was lighter than the rest of his face, like he wore a hat in the sun a lot, which wasn't surprising either. But he didn't have a hat on, which she liked as well. Some guys only took their hats off to sleep and shower. She'd been around men like that, and it didn't exactly bother her, but she liked that he apparently removed his in the house, as well as his boots, which was another courtesy that didn't always get followed in a farmhouse, especially in the winter when insulated work boots often meant laces and time. Those were just little things she noticed, probably because she was nervous and trying to hide it by observing and worrying about details that really didn't matter. Boots or no boots, hat or no hat, it was the character she cared about. Opening the door, she got out of her car. It was small, not even big enough to haul all the kids, unless one sat in the front. The SUV parked over to the side would have to be her new means of transportation if she were going to haul the kids around. Her kids. Should she call them her kids? So many things she didn't know. She took a breath, forced her lips to slide into some kind of semblance of a not frown, and walked to the front porch. The man came down the stairs and met her at the bottom of them, along with the little boy who had already come down. "I'm Farris. You must be Meg." The man held out his hand. She supposed a handshake was a good start. Odd that they would be married in a couple of hours, and they were going to shake hands now. But it worked for her. She grasped it, and it felt exactly the way she expected it to, and yet not quite. Calluses, rough, strong, long fingers, and brown. That all felt right. But there was something else. Some kind of little shock that seemed to go from his hand to hers as she clasped it and looked into his eyes. "That's right, Meg McCartney." "Farris Warner," he said with a self-effacing smile, like he should have introduced himself with his full name to begin with, and took her doing so as a small correction. At least, he wasn't arrogant and refused correction, although that wasn't what she had intended. She just did it from habit. "It's good to meet you," she said, feeling like the words were tried and cliched, but not knowing what else to say. "Same here. We've been cleaning." Again, that self-effacing grin that showed the dimple in his cheek despite the stubble. She loved the stubble, loved the rough way it made him look, especially next to the cute dimple and easy smile. Contradictions that said there was a depth to the man, and it intrigued her. "You don't need to clean on my account. I understand what it's like to live on a farm, and cleaning is a never-ending thing. But it's not something that's essential, like water and food, and sometimes it has to take a back seat." "Children make that more difficult and more true," he said, sounding like he knew what he was talking about, and she supposed he did. His wife had been dead for several years. She couldn't remember how many, but he'd been taking care of the kids by himself. "I'm sure they do. I've lived with some for a while, with my sister and my aunt, and it definitely increases the chaos in the house as well." He laughed at that, and she felt a little bit of relief ease the tightness in her chest. Yes, she wanted a man with character. She wanted someone who was honest and not a flirt, someone with integrity, who didn't whisper pretty words to everyone. But she also wanted a man with a sense of humor, someone who was fun and funny and didn't take life too seriously. "It sure does. I suppose I should introduce you." His eyes seemed to rove over her face, and there was something in the depths of them that made her feel a little funny. Not funny in a bad way. Funny in an odd but good way. "I'd love that," she said, meaning it. It was important that she get along with this man, but it was probably just as important that she got along with his children. They were going to be in her house for the next decade or more and in her life for the rest of it, and she needed to figure out how to interact with them, to like them. Not to mention, she assumed she was going to be responsible for doing a lot of the raising of them. Before he could open his mouth, the dog pushed in between her legs and sat down, whining. "The dog is not the most important of the breathing people around here, but she is pretty special to us. Her name is Molly, and Jackie, that's my late wife, and I bought her when we first got married. She's been a constant in the children's lives, and they love her." He took a breath. "You're not allergic, are you?" She laughed. "If I were,
I would figure out a way to deal with it.
When you live on a farm, that's pretty much a mantra you can hang on the kitchen wall.
They stared at each other, understanding flowing between them. They might not know each other at all, but they had that agricultural background, that get it done, survive however you have to attitude that seemed to be a part of farmers everywhere. Whether they lived in Iowa or came from completely different states, that was farming. Do what you have to in order to survive. And it didn't need to be explained that do what you have to meant to also do it with character.
I can't tell you how much of my anxiety just disappeared,
the man said, and she had to smile, but she also wondered how nervous he must be. He didn't look nervous at all. He looked as calm and cool as anything. His hands weren't sweaty.
I couldn't tell you were nervous,
she finally said.
I'm glad I was able to hide it. It probably wouldn't have been the best thing to lead off with.
Well, it would have matched mine, because I'm still nervous. Although I definitely felt better when you said your house wasn't completely clean. Since mine's not either, and I don't have 4 kids.
They grinned, and maybe it was a little odd to be talking with the man about houses and kids and cleaning, but because of what had happened in his life, he would know about those things better than another man might.
Let me start with the introductions,
he said, shaking his head a little, like he'd completely forgotten.
Perfect, she said. They're so quiet.
That's because you're new. They're not usually like this, are you guys?
He looked around at his kids, and the oldest kid grinned, although the other 3 just stared with silent faces.
That's Robert, with the sly grin. He's a great help, and he's pretty much my shadow when he's not in school. He loves farming.
Meg nodded.
Good to meet you, Robert. I love farming too. Do you have any tractors?
Robert asked before his dad could introduce any of his siblings.
We do. We kind of need them because we plant our own corn and wheat and harvest it ourselves. Cool. Last year we hired out.
His words sounded almost like a little adult's, and she figured that was from following his dad around everywhere. Kids that did that had a tendency to sound like grown-ups since kids often imitated who they were with. When they followed their parents around all day, they usually acted like their parents. For better or worse. Meg reminded herself of that there would be 4 little pairs of eyes watching her every move from now on, and she needed to make sure she was a good example for them. A heavy weight seemed to settle on her shoulders, and she figured it might never leave. After all, she had high expectations of herself if she was going to be a good example for the children.
And this is Jenny. She's our mother hen. She's only 6, but she's actually quite handy in the kitchen, and she loves it.
I enjoy cooking as well, and maybe you can teach me a few things, since I don't get to spend as much time in the kitchen as I'd like to.
She smiled at Jenny, and Jenny smiled shyly back at her. She didn't think she'd have any trouble with Jenny, who seemed rather compliant and easygoing, even if she did have her arms protectively around the other 2 children, one standing on either side of her. She looked like a little mother indeed.
The boy is Matt, and the girl on the other side of Jenny is Missy. She's the baby, and maybe she's a little spoiled, but we love her.
I'm not spoiled,
Missy said quite emphatically.
Yes, you are. That's why you always have to have all the pink balloons, and you bawl like a baby when they get broken,
Matt said, not very nicely, leaning across Jenny and giving Missy a nasty look. Meg didn't ask out loud, but figured that Missy must have been the child Jackie had been pregnant with when she'd gotten cancer. And Matt must have been 1 or 2, and not only did he not have his mom's attention because of her pregnancy, but her cancer probably took up a lot of her time and energy as well. Matt looked like he probably had scars from what had happened to his mother, at least more than the other children. Or maybe it was his personality. She heard some children were just more difficult than others, and it looked like she might be going to get to experience that for herself.
They look like really sweet kids,
Meg said, glancing at Farris before she looked back at Missy.
I like pink too. It's probably my favorite color, although I usually just have blankets and notebooks that are pink, because when I start painting things pink in the house, the other people in my family sometimes get upset with me.
Jenny smiled at that, but Missy just looked at her like she didn't quite understand. She'd have to figure out what she could say that was at their level, and what she might say that was too much for them to get.
My neighbor's coming over in about 15 minutes or so to watch the children. I thought we might go out to eat before we go to the courthouse.
At this, Farris seemed rather unsure and uncomfortable. It made her think that she read his text correctly, where he was just trying to figure out what she was doing and not trying to push her into getting married before she was ready.
That sounds great.
She wanted to suggest that she do something with the kids to get to know them for the 15 minutes, but apparently Farris was thinking along the same lines, because he suggested,
"How about the children show you around our house? I was happy when you said you would come here. I really wanted you to see the place before it's gone."
You must love it very much.
He didn't seem like the kind of guy who would spend years in a lawsuit. She had been a little concerned about that. If someone was litigation happy and determined to sue anyone who crossed them, she wasn't sure that would make for a great marriage. But it was obvious to her that Farris only did it because of his great love for his home.
"I do. I wouldn't have been fighting so hard to keep it if I didn't. It's still hard."
I can only imagine. I wouldn't want to leave my home either.
But she would. Her sisters had, and she supposed she would too if she needed to. But she understood fighting to keep it as well. It was one thing to sell it to another person who was going to farm the ground. It was something completely different to be forced to sell it to someone who was going to tear it down and destroy it and make something completely different out of it.
The idea that they're going to tear this house down is sad. What a gorgeous old farmhouse,
she said as she started up the stairs. He fell into step beside her.
"Yeah, it's been tough, because it's well built, and even without my history in it, it's got great bones. There are so many places that need to be torn down. But I suppose some place had to go."
His last lines were said low and soft and sad. Maybe he was going to mourn the loss for a long time. Maybe he'd never get over it. She shook her head. She wasn't going to allow those worries to get in the way. She wouldn't borrow trouble. And whether they spent 2 years dating or whether they got married today, their marriage would have problems. Every marriage did. She comforted herself with that thought as he held the door open for her, and she walked inside. Chapter 6. Farris held the door as Meg walked in, shaking his head to himself a little and wanting to just walk away and get down on his knees and thank God. Preston's comment had left him a little concerned. He hadn't said whether or not there was some kind of weird thing wrong with Meg. But he'd left the door open for that idea to become something real. Not that physical appearances meant anything, and Farris truly wouldn't have cared, as long as her character was true, but, man. She wasn't beautiful like a movie actress or anything, but her eyes sparkled, her face broke into a smile easily, and even though she was obviously nervous, since she didn't seem to know what to do with her hands, her face was clean and bright, and if she was wearing makeup, he couldn't tell. A simple woman, wearing jeans and some kind of shirt that brought out the green of her eyes and flowed over the top of her jeans in such a way that he couldn't see her body shape, but gave the illusion at least that she was slender and strong. But it really wasn't her physical appearance that had him knowing that he needed to make an appointment to talk to the Lord, to thank him. It was more because she was down to earth, seemed unfazed by the children, fine with Molly, and when he looked at her, he just seemed to know what she was saying without any problems at all. Just know what she was thinking. Or at least, he felt like they got each other. Like there was a connection there that he'd never felt with anyone before, including Jackie. He wasn't sure what to make of it, and he wasn't a big believer in people naturally being connected with some kind of supernatural weird thing. He was a farmer. He believed in seasons and harvest and reaping what you sow, and actions having consequences, consequences that were natural and expected. No hocus-pocus, good-feeling stuff. Regardless, he couldn't deny he felt it. Although maybe it was just because he wanted so badly for this to work. Still, she seemed to be a woman of character, someone who was simple and wouldn't need a lot of attention or babying or pampering, someone who would be able to handle whatever life threw at her and would laugh while she did it. It would be a change from Jackie, whom he loved, or at least thought he had, since they dated in high school and got married shortly after. The kids had led her to the kitchen first, where Jenny was showing her where everything was, or used to be.
"I'm sorry about all the boxes,"
he said during a lull in the conversation.
"We have a week yet before we have to move out, but I've been trying to box things up as I have time."
That makes sense. Did you have somewhere else to go?
She seemed to have just thought of that question.
"I had a place lined up, something we were going to rent in town, big enough for 4 children, until I figured out what to do. But I assumed—"
He broke off.
"Do you mind if we talk about that over lunch?"
Of course.
She turned her attention back to the children, looking down at Jenny but talking to her like a grown-up.
This is a gas stove. I've never used one of those. Is it hard?
Jenny's chest puffed out a little as she showed Meg exactly how to use the gas burner. And then she went on to explain about the oven. She was only 6, and she probably shouldn't be using the stove and the oven, but her life had been such that she had learned and was rather proficient, and he wasn't going to regret it. He couldn't see any downsides to teaching children to work, teaching them to feel needed and necessary in a family. That's what had ended up happening when Jackie had died and the lawsuits had dragged on.
Come on, Missy said. I want to show you the living room. I have a pink balloon. The last one that Matt hasn't broken.
She gave her brother an evil glance as only a 4-year-old could, and Farris whispered in his head,
"Please don't stick your tongue out."
He wasn't sure why he didn't want her to. She might as well show her very worst side while Meg still had the opportunity to get away. Except, after meeting Meg, he didn't want her to get away. She was perfect for his family and maybe even perfect for him. Meg laughed and allowed Missy to grab her hand and pull her into the living room. She showed her the balloon and, like a typical 4-year-old, picked it up and started hitting it in the air, wanting to show Meg how good she was at batting balloons. She seemed to be doing really well with the children and not fazed when Matt smacked Missy's balloon, making Missy yell and run for it, trying to shove Matt aside as he grabbed for it again. They got into a bit of a wrestling match, with Matt managing to smash her balloon with a loud pop, which of course sent Missy into screaming fits while Matt smirked. Farris closed his eyes. Jackie had loved the movie Mary Poppins, and he felt like he was in it now. Or some other nanny movie that she'd watched, where the kids had been so terrible they chased the nanny away. Only this wasn't a nanny. This was the woman he wanted to marry.
"It's not like you've fallen in love with her. You won't be devastated when she leaves."
That was true, although he did feel an affinity toward her.
which was uncommon because of the short amount of time he'd known her.
Still, even though he didn't want her to leave, he knew this was for the best. He reached down and picked Missy up off the floor, holding her in his arms, while Meg bent over and picked up the broken balloon. Missy's screams had quieted enough that he was able to be heard over her, and he said,
"I'd like to say this is abnormal and my kids are always angels, but I'm actually standing here glad that you're seeing this. This is probably about the 5th balloon Matt has broken today. I've dealt with him every time, and she's had this reaction every time. This is pretty much a daily thing. Balloons, toys, whatever."
Kids fight. I remember fighting with my sisters. I don't think I ever broke any of their balloons on purpose, or anything for that matter, but boys are a little different than girls.
She seemed to be looking to him for confirmation. He supposed he was the expert on children in the room, which was a very scary thought.
They are. They're definitely different. But they can still behave when they need to.
He looked at Matt, raising his brows and saying,
"You and I need to talk later."
Matt's face fell, and Farris's heart hurt. He was pretty sure Matt was just acting out because of the things that had happened to him in his childhood, short as it had been. But that didn't mean that he could be allowed to get away with being unkind. He'd already talked to Matt several times, actually after every balloon he'd broken after the first one, but so far it hadn't done any good. Still, he didn't know what else to do, except be consistent, and let Matt know that when he was unkind, there were consequences.
"Do you want to see my bedroom?"
Robert asked, his back straight, his hands in his pockets. He was ready to hear her say no.
"I'd love to. Do you have your own room?" "We all do. It's a big house. That's what Dad always says." "It is a big house, and I'd love to see your bedrooms. It's so pretty in here. All the woodwork and the flowing curtains on the windows and high ceilings. It feels very bright."
Her words made Farris smile.
My mom always said that. She loved the brightness of the house and how the people who had built it did so with the idea of catching all the natural light. Probably long before it was popular, he added.
"Your mom is gone?"
He nodded.
They were on a tour bus with my younger sisters. I stayed home to take care of the farm, and they'd gone on a trip to see the Grand Canyon. A drunk driver came across the median. The bus swerved to miss the head-on collision, but the embankment was steep and they lost control. A little over half the people on the bus didn't make it. My parents and one of my sisters were in the group.
"So you have a sister?"
Yes, she went to live with my grandparents to take care of them. Moving to Prairie Rose will put me closer to her.
"Nice. That'll work out nicely for you and her, and the children will get to see their aunt more."
I hope so. I think when I looked it up, I figured she'd be about 25 minutes from your farm.
"That's great," Meg said, and then she smiled at Robert. "Lead the way. I'm ready."
The kids took her all over the upstairs, combing the house, showing her everything. Even though there wasn't too much to see, most of the furniture was gone, a notable exception being the beds. The kids' clothes were in boxes or tubs. Even the bathroom only had the essentials in it. They even took her into Farris's room while he stood in the hall. It was a little awkward, and he supposed that was something else they were going to be talking about. Thankfully, he'd asked his neighbor if she would have the afternoon to watch the children. He mowed her grass during all of her pregnancies, even if that was 10 years ago or so. Not to mention, he always watched her house during the summer when she and her family went on vacation. He hadn't asked for much babysitting, just when he absolutely had to go to the lawyer's or a meeting he couldn't get out of. Missy had spent most of her young childhood riding around in the tractor with him, as had Matt. His neighbor always seemed more than willing to watch the children. Hopefully, that would give Meg and him plenty of time this afternoon to get some of the kinks worked out. He didn't want her to get married and end up with surprises, and it seemed like he was the one who would be dealing out most of the surprises.
I feel like I need to apologize for the mess again,
he said as she came out of his bedroom. I feel like I need to apologize for running around your bedroom, she said, her voice pitched a little low, like she didn't really want the kids to know that she was uncomfortable following them, at least in that area. He liked that she respected his space. Not that she needed to. It was just a consideration that she showed that meant something to him.
It's okay. If I'd wanted it to be off limits, I would have told the kids that before you came. I know that they've already fought right in front of you, but they do usually listen pretty well.
I can tell they've been disciplined, that they understand the rules and that they need to be followed. Even Missy, who is only 4, is well behaved. You've done a good job.
Her eyes met his, and they just stared at each other for a small moment that felt like a lot longer. He couldn't put into words how it made him feel that she would compliment him. It didn't seem like an off-the-cuff, insincere, I just want to flatter you so you like me kind of compliment. He'd seen women who seemed to dish those out constantly, but Meg seemed like the kind of person who truly meant what she said, and he appreciated that. It made her compliment all the more meaningful and sweet. He cleared his throat, since it seemed to have closed up on him all of a sudden, and blinked, needing to pull his eyes away. What was it about this woman that seemed to pull at him? He looked down the hall at the kids who were racing to be the first to show her the bathroom.
Thanks, I appreciate that. There were a lot of days where I felt like I wasn't doing a good job at anything. And I'll admit losing that lawsuit was a huge hit. It made me feel like everything I'd worked for and struggled with, and all the sacrifices that the kids and I had made in order to see it through, were for nothing.
That had to be devastating. I can see why you love this place. There's so much character in it, so much ambience. You can almost feel the generations of hardworking people who walked these halls.
She got it. He couldn't say that he'd ever felt any spirits or anything like that, but the house was just inspiring. Somehow, it made him want to live up to everyone who had been here before. Even if they hadn't been good people, the house seemed to say there were good things about them, that they helped build this land, this country, defended it.
Yeah,
he finally said, unable to think of anything else. The kids yelling and calling distracted her, and she walked down the wide hall, catching up to the kids and dutifully looking at his toilet, which he belatedly remembered he hadn't cleaned, and the sink and shower, which pretty much looked like anyone else's sink and shower that hadn't been cleaned for a month. How had he forgotten to clean the bathroom? That was probably the place where he should have started. To be fair, he'd had no idea that the kids were going to take her on such a detailed tour. Well, he'd know for next time. He almost laughed at himself. There wasn't going to be a next time.
Please, Lord, don't let there be a next time.
A rap sounded on the door downstairs. Then the door opened and a voice called out, "Hello, the house."
That's Tara, the neighbor that is coming to watch the children.
All right,
Meg said, looking like she was straightening herself up to face whatever was going to happen next.
Sounds like it's time for us to go downstairs and the tour is over.
The kids went running down ahead of them, and she followed, with him coming down last. She didn't seem to be scared away, but he supposed just a few more minutes, and he'd find out for sure. Chapter 7. Meg came down the stairs to see a solid-looking woman standing in the middle of the room. Her cheeks were red and her smile beautiful, which made her eyes twinkle, and she seemed friendly and happy. "I didn't realize I was watching your kids so you could go on a date," she said, her voice holding humor and a familiarity that said she'd known Farris for a long time.
"Well, I guess I didn't really say what I was doing,"
Farris said, still not really saying what he was doing, because they weren't going on a date. Not really, although they were eating before they got married, so maybe it was a date? Meg didn't try to figure that riddle out, but she walked forward as Farris said,
"Tara, this is Meg McCartney. She lives in Prairie Rose. I don't know if you know where that is."
"I've heard of it. I have a couple cousins who live a little bit to the east of it." "It's nice to meet you,"
Meg said, striding forward and holding out her hand. Tara took it easily, with one of her beautiful smiles. She met Meg's eyes as they shook.
"Farris is quite a catch. You'd better snatch him up. I've been trying to get him to meet women for years, ever since Jackie passed away."
She said it without even hesitating over the name, like they'd talked about it before, and she knew that Farris would be fine about her mentioning his late wife. It must have been true, since Farris didn't even flinch. The kids seemed immune to it as well. No one batted an eye. She supposed that Jackie's death was just part of their family history, since it had been years ago, and it was just something that they had had to get over and move on with life. It seemed to be the way they treated it, anyway.
"He has wonderful children,"
Meg said, unsure what she should say about the man himself. She didn't want to say she'd just met him. If they came back married, that was going to be awkward. But at the same time, they were going to come back married, so what could she say? There didn't seem to be any point in hiding the truth, but maybe that was something Farris and she could talk about while they ate. Were they just going to lay it out there and tell everyone they were doing something crazy that everyone would probably recommend they not do? That they'd just met each other today and tied the knot already? But Tara was a talker, and she didn't wait for Meg to give her an answer, nor did she dig to get more information.
"He and I have been friends forever. Our families grew up beside each other, and if Ringo hadn't come in and swept me off my feet—"
She held her left hand up, where a big diamond sparkled and graced her finger along with several other thick gold rings.
"We probably would have ended up married. Of course, there was Jackie, too."
Tara didn't go on any more about Jackie, and it was interesting to Meg that Tara didn't seem to have much to say about her. She wasn't exactly sure what that meant, since they didn't seem to have a problem talking about her. It just made her curious.
"I owe him, I have to admit. He's done so much work around our house. When Ringo broke his leg, Farris was there every night, making sure everything was okay and even helping me get him around when I needed to. He's quite large,"
she said as an aside, like that was something that Meg needed to know. Meg didn't care one way or the other, but she was interested to know that Farris seemed to be a good neighbor. It showed his character, and she liked that.
"You've done a lot for me over the years, too,"
Farris interrupted to say. And Tara beamed, like he'd given her the best of compliments. She didn't deny it, but swatted his forearm.
"I've made you a meal or two, and you've said my lasagna is the best lasagna in the state, so there's that."
She winked at Meg, who felt a little out of the loop. These two seemed to have been friends forever and had a real relationship going on, while here she was, intending to marry the man, and she had no clue about any of this stuff. It made her start second-guessing herself. Not to mention, it made her feel like a third wheel. She didn't like either one of those feelings and tried to convince herself that in a few days it wouldn't matter. Tara would be left behind, and she would soon find out everything she needed to know about Farris. In the meantime, she needed to be glad that Farris had a good friend, a wonderful neighbor, and that he obviously was the same himself.
All right, kids, have you guys had lunch yet? I just happened to bring macaroni and cheese with hot dogs chopped up in it, which was Farris's favorite when he was your age, she said, like every kid in the world just absolutely loved it. And they probably did, although Meg really wouldn't know. At her house, they had a tendency to eat what was in the freezer, which was beef and pork with the occasional chicken, along with vegetables from the garden. She loved mac and cheese too, but it was a rarity.
I appreciate you doing this, Tara,
Farris said as Tara herded the children into the kitchen.
Not a problem. You know I'll help you out any time you need it,
she called over her shoulder as the children did exactly what she wanted them to.
Are you ready to go?
Farris looked at Meg, his eyes serious, showing none of the affection and humor that had been on his face when he was looking at Tara. Meg reminded herself that there was no need for it to be. They didn't know each other. He liked Tara. She was his friend. It didn't mean that he didn't like Meg. She usually wasn't this insecure. Normally she just figured she was what she was, and people either liked her or they didn't. But this was different. This was the man she was marrying. Now that she could see that he could be affectionate and friendly, she wanted that for herself. She didn't want to marry someone who wasn't going to like her. She should have thought of that earlier.
I'm ready.
She forced a smile onto her face and lifted her brows before starting toward the front door. Farris might have looked a little confused. Maybe he didn't understand her slight change in attitude, or maybe her fixed smile looked more forced than what she thought it did, and he didn't understand why. Or maybe he was just wondering if her deep breath meant she was having second thoughts. She wasn't. She wouldn't. She'd made a decision, and nothing she had seen had made her think that Farris was anything but a good, hard-working, conscientious farmer who wanted the best for his family. That would include her once they were married. She walked out the door, holding it while he stepped out, and they walked down the front steps together.
Should I drive?
She asked, not sure if they were actually going to take that big SUV into town. She supposed she should get used to riding in it, because that would probably be her main mode of transportation, as she figured earlier, but it just seemed so big.
We can take my pickup if you don't mind.
He nodded over toward the barn where a pickup sat along the side. She'd seen it earlier when she pulled in, but it hadn't struck her like the house and barn and trees had. It had seemed like nothing compared to the lack of actual farm equipment. That was what had struck her the most.
Sure,
she said. They had a pickup too, but they didn't typically drive it around for pleasure, since it was a farm truck. She didn't like driving it any more than she had to, because it was so big. But she could, and she did. In time, the SUV would be the same. She would, and she would be able to. They walked across the yard, and for the first time, it felt like an awkward silence had fallen between them. Maybe that was because the kids had taken up all the space, and she hadn't had time to notice that the two of them weren't talking. But they really had talked despite the children, and she felt easy and even comfortable. But now, not so much.
You and Tara seem to be the kind of friends who probably went to school together?
She finally asked, knowing that was the least of the things that they needed to discuss, but irritated with herself for allowing herself to feel so out of place and insecure.
Yeah, she's been my neighbor all my life. She grew up in the house she lives in, too. Only her parents still live with her, along with her husband. We pretty much did everything together. Our families, although she was best friends with one of my sisters.
I see.
She paused.
The sister that died?
Yeah, Kendall.
That's hard.
Yeah, it was really hard on Tara, and we probably grew closer because of it. Still, she's more like a little sister to me. They were irritating when they were younger, and sometimes she's still irritating now. I love her, don't get me wrong, but she can be a little much.
Just that much made Meg feel so much better. Just knowing that he liked her, but he didn't like her like that. She'd been concerned. She was sure he was being sincere and not trying to placate her, since he didn't even know she was upset about it. Upset might even have been too strong of a word, just discombobulated. Because of her not having a very strong tie with Farris, she supposed it was natural for her to feel insecure around someone who did. It's great to have a neighbor you can depend on.
It sure is. Out here, you know a lot of times you're on your own, and your neighbors are your safety net.
He shrugged as they walked around the front of the pickup, and to her surprise, he came around to her side, opening her door for her.
But I know I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I guess that's one of the differences between living out here and living in town.
Yeah, although small towns are very much the kind of towns that have your back. It's the bigger ones, I think, that don't. And cities.
He nodded. Small-town living was the best. He hadn't lost sight of that, even with his farm being taken. He started to close the door, but stopped.
Tara feels bad because her husband is a lawyer and he's on the town council. When they were making up the plans for the airstrip, her house was the one that was supposed to be demolished. But her husband was able to change the plans and convince the township to vote and accept them, and it ended up being my house in its place.
Meg stared at him, her mouth open, thoughts flying through her head.
And you're still friends? Wow.
That showed a strength of character and a determination to be a bigger person, and the actual ability to be the bigger person, that impressed her beyond words. Almost as much as the fact that he hadn't led with that. He hadn't announced her as the person whose house was saved when his wasn't. He hadn't even mentioned it until now, and even now it seemed like it was just an aside. Maybe something he said but hadn't needed to.
I'm shocked,
Meg finally said.
And extremely impressed. Especially knowing how hard this is for you, how much you fought it, that you're still on such good terms that she watches your children and you take care of her husband.
Then she huffed out a breath.
You actually take care of her husband when he's the reason that your house is being bulldozed.
He didn't mean it. Not really. They just wanted to save their house, and that's how they did it. I could have gotten on the board and tried to do the same thing. Although, once they'd adopted the plans, I would have had to wait for an election. Trust me, I thought about it. But I wasn't fighting my neighbors. I was fighting the government. I looked at it like that.
It was probably the way he had to look at it in order to be able to make the decisions that he'd made. Still, the strength of character almost blew her away, and the rightness of her decision to wed this man totally settled in her heart. It also completely blasted out of the water any insecurity she had about Tara. Not that she wouldn't still feel left out when they talked about all the things that didn't include her, but now that she knew a little more, it would make sense. He walked around the front of the pickup while Meg clicked her seatbelt on. Just that information alone was probably enough for her to know that she would be making the right decision. Whatever they decided about everything else, he was a man of integrity, who didn't hold grudges, who didn't get angry and do stupid things in anger. He got in, starting the truck and pulling out of the drive.
It's only a 10-minute drive into the county seat, and there are a couple of good restaurants in town. Do you have any preferences? Allergies?
He laughed a little.
Seems like something I ought to know before we get married.
She laughed along with him and shook her head.
No allergies, and not too many preferences. I guess I don't care for mushrooms, but I'll eat them if I have to.
You're not going to pick them out of the dish if they come with it?
No, probably not, unless they're cut up nice and big.
He laughed a little at that and nodded. I feel the same way about peas. I pick them out if I can see them, but if they're in there, like vegetable soup or something, I just suck it up and eat them.
Sounds like our mothers probably had about the same philosophy. If it was put in front of you, someone took the time to make it and serve you, so you ate it.
Bingo. Something about World War II and food shortages and the Depression and being thankful for what you have.
Yeah, I've heard it all. I suppose it's good for you, but it's nice when you can indulge your preferences sometimes.
Exactly. So if I have to order for you, no mushrooms.
And I'll request no peas, but I think you can probably order for yourself.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and take us to Granny's. It's not the fanciest restaurant, but Rachel has great food, and it's always clean in there.
Versus my kitchen, which often isn't,
she said, squinting her face up a little. They'd already talked about this, but if he truly needed to be in a clean kitchen to eat, he probably ought to know it.
You know how dirt in your house is clean dirt, but dirt in someone else's house is dirty dirt?
I know exactly what you're talking about, which makes me wonder how long it's going to take for you to start thinking about my house as your house, and start thinking about my dirt as your dirt.
He laughed.
I hadn't thought about that. It will take a little while before it feels like home. I never lived anywhere else. I even commuted to college.
Oh, you have a degree?
Agricultural science. It's kind of worthless, though, because a lot of the things that they teach you in school are textbook true but real life wrong.
She laughed.
I've heard that, and there must be some truth to it, since other people have said it as well.
You get a lot of theory in college. At least you did when I went. It seems like now they're trying more to have hands-on stuff and real-life problems, which makes a lot more sense, since it equips kids for the real world versus giving them a bunch of theories that don't really apply when you get out and actually experience life.
Real life is a great teacher, that's for sure. If you survive,
she added without thinking, and then she gasped, putting a hand over her mouth.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
What, because of Jackie, or because of my parents and sister?
You've lost a lot of people, I guess because of all of them, although I was really thinking of Jackie.
Don't worry about it. We can't go walking around on eggshells, scared to death of offending with everything that comes out of our mouths. I'm not going to say I don't miss my parents especially, my dad a lot, for advice and to toss ideas off. We did that a lot before he passed. We ran the farm together, talked about everything.
That must have been terrible.
It was. And like I said, I still miss them. But those losses aren't going to define my life.
He tightened his hand on the steering wheel before he added, almost as an afterthought.
I guess I feel the same way about the farm. It's a loss, but not one that's going to define me. I suppose losing the lawsuit hurt worse because I fought so hard to win. But I feel like we can make a new beginning. I hope it's okay that I'm including you in that.
Of course. I actually like it. I want to be included.
She added, thinking about Tara and how she had just come from not feeling included, and here he was talking about that very thing. Seemed like something God would work out, since he knew she needed to be reassured.
Maybe this is wishful thinking, but I feel like God can make something out of all the loss, you know?
He seemed to deliberately loosen his hands from the steering wheel.
I think that's the business he excels in, making beautiful things out of what looks like rubble.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Chapter 8. Farris held the door open for Meg to walk through. The restaurant wasn't fancy, but it was clean, and the waitstaff was friendly. The sign said, "Seat yourself," so Meg stopped and looked up at him.
Any place in particular?
Wherever you want to is fine with me.
He didn't come here regularly enough that he actually had a seating preference. With 4 kids, dining out was a challenge. Although the children were getting older now, and it wasn't quite as bad as it used to be, just more expensive. Although he couldn't really remember the last time he'd taken his kids out. He wasn't the kind of guy who ran around a lot. He'd always preferred just to relax in his own home after a hard day of work. Even if that did include cooking supper. Somehow that seemed better than going somewhere else, even if someone else was making the food. She walked to a booth at the back right beside the restrooms. It was private and out of the way of the 5 or 6 other patrons who were seated more toward the front. The lunch rush was probably over, and they wouldn't be bothered here.
Good choice,
he said.
I kind of figured we'd want some privacy for our conversation. This felt like the best spot.
The waitress followed them over, setting menus down in front of them and taking their drink orders. He found himself playing with the napkin, and he forced himself to fold his hands together on the table and truly look at the woman sitting across from him.
You do such a great job with the children. They loosened up with you faster than they usually do with strangers. They definitely liked you.
He wasn't the type of person that gave idle compliments. He wasn't going to say something he didn't mean. Not even to flatter someone he really wanted to impress. Lying was wrong, whatever form it took.
I've always loved children. We haven't always had them around the farm, but there's just something so sweet and innocent about them.
I'm sorry that Matt kind of showed his bad side.
I think he is my favorite. I know a parent isn't supposed to have favorites.
She stumbled over parent, and he wanted to reassure her, but he wasn't sure exactly what the issue was. He took a stab.
If you're my wife, you have all the rights to the children that I do. Parenting rights.
Her face relaxed, and she smiled a little.
I wasn't sure whether I was being presumptuous in labeling myself a parent.
No, not at all. Not in my book. I've done that job by myself for a lot of years, and I can't say that I'm not eager to have someone beside me again.
She flinched a little at the word again, and he wasn't sure about that either. But he didn't even have an idea of what to say to take a stab at what might have been bothering her.
I just thought Matt seemed like maybe he was the one who had been hurt the worst with Jackie's passing and all the other things.
She looked him straight in the eye, and he appreciated that. She wasn't beating around the bush, wasn't trying to slyly tell him that he wasn't being a good dad. She just wanted to openly discuss one of his children. And since she was going to be their mother, she had every right in the world to do so.
I've often thought that too. I know some kids are harder to raise than others, and maybe he would have been anyway. But I do think that with Jackie having cancer when he was just a toddler, and her being pregnant on top of it, he didn't have as much attention as maybe he needed.
That's what I thought. I don't know if I can love that out of him, but I think I might consider it a challenge to try.
He stared at her, flummoxed, to be honest. He had thought Matt would be the one to drive her away, and instead, he was her favorite, and she viewed it as a challenge not to beat him or best him at his game, but to love him.
You've surprised me, but I like it.
Good surprises are always welcome, she said. There are a lot of the other kind, too often, probably.
He knew a lot about that. The surprise of hearing his wife had cancer, for example, or the surprise of hearing that the government was going to take his home to build an airfield, or the surprise of hearing that he lost the lawsuit. He could go with a few good surprises.
I assume we were going to move to your home, probably tonight, tomorrow?
He knew that wasn't exactly an easy way to start the conversation, but he couldn't think of anything that would ease them into it more gently.
That sounds good to me. I'm game for trying to load things up tonight if that's what you want. There's a lot of furniture to take care of, though.
Do you have enough rooms?
He had been so happy that she was going to get to see his home because he was so proud of it and that he loved it so much, but that might not have been the smartest place for them to meet. After all, they were going to live in hers.
I should have gone to see your house, and then I wouldn't be asking these things.
You'll be spending the rest of your life in my house.
She smiled gently.
I guess it's our house. If you can share your children, surely I can share my house.
He grinned, hearing the humor in her voice, and nodded.
I'm glad I got to see yours. I'm glad it went that way. Although, you're right, it would make things easier if you knew what my house looked like. We have plenty of bedrooms, 6, and they all have beds in them. We really don't need beds, although the bedding could probably come with them. I do have extra sheets, but not a ton.
That's fine then. I can take the sheets and bedding off, and that'll make things easier. We'll give the beds to charity, and Tara will make that happen.
That sounds good,
she said, evenly, like she was holding some kind of emotion in check. He wasn't sure about that, but he let it go.
I assume Preston told you that my sisters and I share ownership of the farm?
He did, and I figured that with the money that I'm getting from my farm, and to be fair, they offered me market value for it, which is probably a little less than I could have gotten if I had sold it, but it wasn't an outright steal. So, even though I feel it's wrong for them to take it, they did pay me well for it.
That's good to know. Not just that you're getting paid for your farm, but also that at least something was right out of that whole wrong situation.
He gritted his teeth and nodded. Small compensation for the home he loved. A person couldn't put a price tag on memories, or roots, or loyalty.
I haven't talked to them about selling,
she admitted, her face scrunched up a little. He blinked, trying to keep the surprise from his face. He assumed that that was what they would do. He hadn't been interested in working a farm he didn't own.
Do you think they will?
I think so,
she said thoughtfully.
They both have recently gotten married. My younger sister lives in town with her husband and probably will never be able to live on a farm again. I don't think she's interested in keeping it. And my older sister just bought a farm to our north with her husband. He's been running himself ragged trying to take care of both. Plus, they're doing renovations on the farm they just bought, and they both have a lot of work on their plates.
She glanced out the window before looking back into his face, her eyes open and honest, which was one of the things he really liked about her. There was no guile in her. Finally, she took a breath.
I can't say for sure, but I think they both would sell, especially since it's me that wants to buy it.
It seems like that would be the smart thing to do. Otherwise, if we only own a third interest in it, is it worth it for us to stay?
He made it a question, but he wanted to say there was no point in them doing all that work if it wasn't theirs. But maybe that was just him growing up on his own farm and always knowing it would be his, wanting that privilege of ownership.
I suppose I'm like you. I don't want to leave my home, but that's a decision we have to make together. I'm not going to be stubborn about it. If that's what we feel is best, and you have strong feelings about it, that's what we'll do.
He blinked. Again. Because it was just so unexpected. He supposed he only had Jackie to go by, but she had strong opinions about everything, and didn't hesitate to put her foot down and buck him if she felt he was making the wrong choice. Maybe Meg would too, and maybe this wasn't something that was one of those things. But if she truly loved her home as much as he loved his, it should have been. The waitress came back for their order, and he hadn't really looked at the menu, so he just got a burger and fries. Meg ordered the same, and the waitress walked away.
I'm guessing that what I've gotten for my farm is more than enough to buy their shares. Maybe we can set up a meeting and we'll sit down and talk about it. I don't want to make waves in your family. We can settle in for a bit and see how it's going to go regardless of what they decide to do. How's that?"
She nodded. That was more than fair.
That'll give my sisters a little time, instead of them feeling pressured.
He felt like that was settled. They knew where the kids were going to stay, they knew what was happening with the farm, and maybe it was time for him to talk about more personal things, although the idea made his stomach twist into a tight ball and his chest constrict. He took a deep breath to expand his lungs and push the tension aside. He needed to be able to talk to her about anything.
"I guess it's going to be kind of hard for us to get to know each other with the kids around all the time."
He didn't want to blame everything on the children, but that was the truth. They took up a lot of attention.
"But I don't want this to just be a business arrangement, where you go in your separate room each night and we barely talk. I'm thinking it's going to be a true marriage, but we'll get to know each other a little first."
There was relief on her face. He couldn't mistake it, and she said,
That sounds more than fair as well. I know I'm going to like you, and I'm sure eventually we'll be comfortable together. And I think I understand what you're trying to say. Basically, we can't date or go out because we have the kids.
That's probably true, unless we have someone around who can watch them, because I think it's cheating you if we don't go out a little bit. But I was saying long talks at the dinner table like this probably won't happen often, or will be a series of interruptions. Or we'll just have to make time to talk, because with children, it's hard.
She nodded thoughtfully, like she knew what he was talking about but hadn't really applied it to their relationship and trying to nurture it. He recalled that she said she'd lived with her sister who had children, so she probably had an idea of what he was saying.
Should I get a room ready for you, or...
That's up to you, he finally said, knowing that they needed to talk about that, and now was the best time. He appreciated her bringing it up.
The room I'm in now is the master bedroom. It has a bath and a king-size bed, and is the largest bedroom upstairs. When your kids were showing me around, I saw a daybed in one of their rooms. We could bring that, and one of us could sleep on it, but we'd be sharing a room, and I think that would make us look more like a team and be more normal for the children.
Her awkwardness was evident in her tone, but he appreciated her tackling the hard subject.
That sounds fine to me. I don't want that to be what we always do, but I think for now it's a good idea.
Maybe he shouldn't admit that he wouldn't have a problem with that he liked her enough already, that he felt this odd attraction toward her that made him, almost from the very beginning, not want her to walk away, that the idea of being married to her was something he was looking forward to more than he was nervous about. But he kept his mouth closed, because maybe she didn't feel the same. Maybe she really was going to have to warm up to him. Maybe she never really would like him that way or be attracted to him. Was there something he could do to change that? Love was an action. It was something a person did. He knew that. But attraction, he couldn't really control that. And that seemed to be what so many people base their feelings on, their relationships on, whether or not they were attracted to the other person. And when that attraction died, the relationship died. That was a good reminder. It took away a little of his worry, since Meg didn't seem like the kind of person who quit just because she felt like it. But he didn't want her to have to force herself to stay in their relationship. He might not be able to make her fall in love with him, but he could try to make sure she was loved and cherished the way a wife should be. Chapter 9. The waitress brought their food out and set it down in front of Farris and Meg, asking if they wanted anything else. They both shook their heads and thanked her. She left, and he raised his brows. At her nod, he bowed his head and said grace. He picked up his fork, and then decided maybe he ought not to let the subject they'd been on go without saying something. So he looked at her until she felt his eyes on her and glanced up. "That's a serious look," she said, her brows pushed together.
I'm not sure I know how to say this. I'm probably going to mess it up. But Jackie always said I wasn't very romantic. She said I was more concerned about the farm than her, that I didn't know how to take care of her and give her what she needed.
Those words had gone over and over in his brain and hit him hard after Jackie had passed. He'd tried as hard as he could. Thought he had, anyway. But she never seemed happy. And in the years since she'd gone, he felt like maybe he wasn't the kind of man who could ever make a woman happy.
I just thought you'd want to know that. I might not be a very good husband. It feels fair to tell you.
Her brows had slowly raised higher and higher as he talked, until finally she shook her head a little, then wrinkled her face. "I might not be a very good wife. I've never had the experience to be able to say. Maybe I'll make a terrible one."
I highly doubt that. If you leave the kids home alone and go on weekly shopping sprees, that would probably make me think you're a bad wife. But otherwise, I don't even care if you cook meals or do laundry. I can do that when I get in.
"I think you better raise your standards. Humans in general have a tendency to play to the lowest common denominator, and if that's all you expect of me, I might end up being that." Her voice was a little teasing, her smile almost cajoling, like she hadn't liked the way he described himself and wanted him to know that they were in this together. Something in his chest cracked a little at her consideration.
I don't want to have high expectations that you can't ever meet. That's discouraging, and it's probably human nature to be discouraged when the standard just always seems to be out of reach.
"All right, then we can just expect each other to be considerate, and when there's a problem, we'll talk about it. Does that sound reasonable?"
It does.
"I'm assuming that you're expecting me to take care of the children, to do the laundry, which I don't mind, and cook, which I love to do. But I've always been so busy doing outside work that I haven't been able to be inside and indulge in cooking like I want to. But it sounds to me like Jenny and I are going to have a high time in the kitchen. I'll also try to keep the house clean, but I've got to admit I'm terrible at that."
Okay, that sounds like a lot of stuff.
"I guess we need to decide, though, who's going to be in charge of paying bills. Unless we're going to split it, and whether or not we're going to have a budget, that type of thing. Money. People always fight about money, right?"
True. Jackie kept a checkbook and did all the shopping for the children and the groceries in the house, but we talked about big purchases, and I was usually the one who made the decision about those.
"That sounds like a fine way to do it." She paused for a moment, and then she tilted her head a little. "I don't want to sound whiny or insecure, but it's a little hard for me when you talk about the relationships you've had for years, the ones that I'm not part of. I feel like I'm marrying you, but other people know you better. It just makes me feel, I don't even know how to explain it, but like I'm not really a part of your life, I guess." He listened to her. It was the first thing she'd said that sounded even a little like she was complaining, but she was just letting him know that sometimes she had a hard time with certain things he said and the people he talked about.
Would it make you more comfortable if I don't talk about Jackie?
"No, we need to, and that's what you based all of your experiences on. I just wanted you to know that it makes me feel a little insecure, and I assumed you wouldn't understand or be able to relate because there is nothing like that in my life."
I get it,
he said, hoping he truly did. He wasn't exactly sure, but it sounded to him like she just needed to know that while he had a relationship with Jackie, the relationship that he had with her was in the here and now, and that she was important to him, that he wasn't living in the past, wishing Jackie were back. That probably went back to him wanting to romance his wife or court her. Part of that was letting her know that she was wanted and cherished, that he admired her and respected her, and gave her deference wherever he could. They chatted some more about the details of running their lives, like enrolling the kids in school. She told him what crops were planted on the farm and where they were at in the hog barn cycle while finishing up their food. It was an enjoyable conversation for him. He loved talking about farm things and business, and she seemed interested and knowledgeable as well. She also seemed fine with him coming and taking over and her going back to the house to do most of her work there. As they were standing up and leaving the restaurant, he said,
"Are you sure you're fine with all of this?"
"Yes." She seemed surprised he would ask and looked up at him. He got caught for a moment, just standing next to her, breathing in her outdoorsy scent mixed with wild strawberries. It smelled good and was also distracting. He cleared his throat, just because the back of his neck had tightened and it felt tight, and he'd been staring a couple of seconds too long.
"I mean, you've been doing the barn work for so long, running the farm. I don't want you to feel like I'm coming in and taking over and pushing you out, and you're relegated to the house and a life of drudgery with the kids in servitude or whatever."
He'd heard plenty of women complaining about that, even farm girls, and he didn't want Meg to be unhappy. It felt like he was getting everything he could possibly want, beside his ancestral home, and he didn't want her to feel pushed aside. "I love working outside, and I hope I still get to some, but I'm looking forward to being a wife and a mom. Maybe it won't be as fun as I think, but ever since you sent me that message and I started thinking about it, I just get excited and think that, maybe it sounds dumb, but in the back of my head, I'm thinking this could be the best thing that ever happened to me. And no, I don't feel pushed aside at all. You've been careful to make sure that everything we talk about, I get input too. That probably means more than anything, that you're not just making high-handed decisions and dragging me along with you." That eased his mind more than anything, and it also continued him on the path that he had been thinking, that Meg was pretty much the perfect woman, and he couldn't believe that he just stumbled into her. He also kept thinking more and more that he really didn't deserve her. She deserved someone who hadn't already been beaten down by life. She deserved romance and flowers and someone who could be there for her and wasn't distracted by 4 children and ghosts in his past. She started walking, and without thinking, he put his hand on the small of her back and walked beside her. She didn't look at him and didn't seem to notice, but as they stopped at the cash register, he noticed her cheeks were pink. Had he done that? And was that a good thing, or had she not wanted him to touch her? As they turned to go, other patrons were coming to pay, and he couldn't walk beside her. Maybe it was too soon for physical gestures of affection, but one thing he knew for sure: he really, really liked her. Chapter 10. The ceremony at the courthouse didn't take long, and it felt very impersonal. Meg didn't know any of the people in the courthouse, and even though Farris did, he didn't seem to be close friends with any of them. Meg wouldn't have said that she had too many schoolgirl dreams of being a princess for a day on her wedding day or anything like that, but it did feel like a little bit of a letdown, and almost like she wasn't really even married when they walked out.
"Is everything okay?"
Farris asked, and it surprised her that he seemed to be so in tune with her moods, or thoughts, or maybe he just watched her facial expressions. Whatever it was, He seemed to be truly interested in her thoughts and feelings, which, in her experience, wasn't typical for a man. They were already married, or she would have wondered if it was just something he was doing to make sure that she went through with the wedding. She didn't believe it was, because he wasn't that kind of man, the kind of man to just pretend to like someone because of what they could give him. But they were married now, and he was still being considerate, more considerate than anyone had ever been to her. And honestly, it made her feel like she didn't need to feel like a princess for a day, not when Farris made her feel cherished, just because of his consideration and concern for her. Could she tell him that?
I was a little let down by the wedding. It just was impersonal, which I knew it would be because of it being at the courthouse. But I guess I don't even really feel married, you know?
They started down the stairs, but Farris put his hand on her shoulder, and they stopped right in front of the courthouse.
I'm sorry. We can't take it back, but we can plan something bigger or better, or whatever you want. I didn't mean to push for something plain and simple, just because it worked for me.
And there he was again, being so sweet that it made her heart want to expand in her chest until she couldn't contain it.
You know what? I didn't even have to say anything. I just looked disappointed, and you immediately caught it and said something and cared. And then when I did say something, you want to fix it. You want to do what you can to make it good for me, too. That makes me feel cherished and makes me feel like it doesn't matter what kind of wedding we had, because your attitude toward me makes me feel special.
His face still held concern, like he was waiting for the other shoe to drop, so she added,
Forget about any other wedding. This one was perfect, just because you made it that way.
His lips turned up a little bit, although he still looked at her with concern, like she might be going to change her mind yet. Finally, he said,
Are you sure?
Yes,
she said easily. This time, his lips really did turn up, and when they started walking again, his hand slid into hers, his fingers lacing together with hers. He looked over at her, and she looked up and smiled.
It just seems fitting, since we just got married.
That wasn't exactly what she wanted to hear. He laughed and shook his head.
Who am I kidding? I wanted to. I hope it's okay.
I wanted to, too.
They walked to his pickup, him going to her side and opening her door again. She figured that probably wouldn't last, but she appreciated the gallant gesture and thanked him as their hands slipped apart, and she got in. She had to sit in the seat while he walked around the front and just be bemused. When she made the drive here today, she hadn't expected to be married by the end of the day. That was a surprise. But she hadn't expected to like him so much, to be holding the hand of the man she just met and have it feel so right. To have him look at her and seem to know what she was thinking and, if he didn't, to care enough to ask. She'd never met a man like that, and she had to admit it felt like the Lord's work that she would be getting married to the most considerate person she'd ever met. They drove home, chatting about how they would box things up to move and if they had time to drive to Prairie Rose and move into her farmhouse.
I can call my sisters, and they'll do the barn work. I know it won't be a problem,
she replied when he asked her if she needed to be home. She didn't want to arrive at her house, married but alone. That was one of the things about being married, right? She didn't do things by herself anymore. She had a lifetime partner. They pulled into the house, and the kids tumbled out the door to meet them. To her surprise, Jenny came to her side of the truck.
You came back,
she cried, wrapping her arms around Meg's neck like they'd been best friends for years, instead of having just met that morning.
I did,
she said, hugging the little girl back and wondering if this was how it always felt when a child hugged you, that she'd get this big, airy feeling in her heart, and it felt like love so big and so hard and so warm and wonderful settling down inside her soul. She wasn't sure, but to have Jenny be happy to see her made a day that had already been crazy but wonderful, even more crazy and wonderful. Tara came bustling out of the house as Meg walked around the front of the truck, Jenny's arm still around her and her arm around Jenny's skinny shoulders. She had a feeling that she and Jenny were going to be fast friends.
"Oh my goodness, you two sure had a nice long afternoon together," Tara said with her eyes skittering between Farris and Meg.
Farris had given Meg a smile as he walked around the front of the truck, something sweet and happy, and it filled her up even more. She returned it before she looked back at Tara, and for the first time, she was glad Farris hadn't had a ring, since Tara's eyes dropped before they came back up to their faces. Why was she glad? Didn't she want the world to know? But it had been so fast. People would talk. They would say she was crazy or stupid, or they would say, "Oh, it's never going to last," and "You've just made the worst decision of your life." She could hear all of the things people would say now, and that was why she was glad there was no ring on her finger. But Tara didn't let that stop her.
"The kid said you guys were getting married? Is that right?"
she asked, hustling down the stairs and striding confidently toward them. She wasn't shy, and she knew Farris well enough that she wasn't beating around the bush. "It's true, we're married," Farris said simply. He didn't look at Meg. His eyes were on Tara.
"Well, I'll be,"
she said, and her disbelief was clearly stamped on her face.
"I can't believe it. I've never even met."
She looked at Meg.
"I don't even remember your name."
"It's Meg,"
Farris said before Meg could open her mouth. She appreciated that he was not leaving her to deal with this alone, standing back and waiting to see what Tara was going to say, or how Meg was going to handle it. He stepped in and helped her.
"How long have you known her?"
Tara blurted out.
"I think when you find the right one, it doesn't matter how long you've known her,"
Farris said, and Meg tried hard not to do a double take. She'd been sure that Farris was the kind of man that didn't say things he didn't mean. Had she misjudged him? Or did he truly mean that? Did he feel like she was the right one? The idea sent crazy shivers of happiness or excitement or something just bursting down her spine and spreading out around her ribs and out her arms and legs. She wanted to hug him. There weren't too many things he could have said that would have made it better.
"If she's the right one, you should have at least gotten a ring for the ceremony,"
Tara pointed out in a reasonable tone, looking pointedly at Meg's bare left hand.
"Yeah, I should have. I think there are going to be a lot of things that I should have done that I'm not going to do, and Meg has overlooked all of them so far. She's the kind of woman that a man like me doesn't deserve."
"Don't be silly. You're a catch, and Meg's lucky to have you,"
Tara said, not meaning to hurt Meg's feelings, but it stung a little anyway, even if it was the truth.
"I agree,"
Meg said, lifting her head and holding it high.
"I haven't had to overlook anything. You've been far better to me than I ever expected,"
she said, knowing she'd already said something like that to him not that long ago, but wanting to say it in front of Tara, just because compliments had more power when they were spoken in public. Tara's mouth opened and closed, then she looked between them again. Her lips turned up in a slow smile.
"I don't know where you guys met, and I don't know how long you've been seeing each other, and I can't believe I didn't know anything about it, but I think you two are in love."
She said that last little bit with wonder in her voice, and she shook her head a little.
"I would like to stand here and demand to have the story, but my husband and I have to eat at his sister's house for supper tonight, and I need to get going. I don't have my side dish made yet."
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take you from your work, Farris said immediately.
You didn't. It'll be fine. And it was worth it to find out about the marriage of the century.
We might be moving tonight if I can get everything loaded. I appreciate all you've done, and I hope you and your husband stay in touch.
So soon?
We only have a week left. Might as well do it now.
I knew you were leaving. I wasn't expecting it to happen today.
We already had a goodbye dinner. The whole farming community was here last week. We all knew this was coming, and yeah, I definitely don't want it. But I just wanted you to know. I appreciate everything. Thanks for watching the kids today, too.
Tara looked like she'd been smacked in the forehead, and Meg squeezed Jenny before walking over and putting her arms around her. Sometimes strangers didn't appreciate being hugged, but Tara seemed like the kind of person who was friendly with everyone, spoke her mind, but was also very touchy-feely, and was probably a hugger. Meg felt like she judged correctly when Tara gasped, then sobbed, then threw her arms around Meg, squeezing her tightly.
I didn't want to admit this was going to happen, and I thought I was going to be able to take it so much better, but I'm just going to miss them all so much.
Meg held her tight and didn't say anything. What was there to say? When someone was leaving the home they'd lived in all their life, with neighbors they lived beside all their life. When did that ever happen anymore? People didn't stay in the same home for 40 years. They didn't stay in the same home for 5 years. They certainly didn't have the same neighbors that long either. Except, it wasn't uncommon for farmers to do that exact thing. Leaving a farm was a lot different than leaving a house as well.
I'm going to do my best to take care of them, and you, your husband, your kids, and everyone here are always welcome to come visit, anytime. I couldn't impose,
Tara said, sniffing.
It wouldn't be imposing. I promise we'll put you to work, and you'll feel like part of the family.
Tara laughed, knowing it was probably true. There was always work to do, and when an unexpected visitor showed up on the farm, they were often given a job and ended up helping out. It was just part of the farm life.
To hear you say that, I know you're one of us. It doesn't matter if you live here or 6 hours. You said Prairie Rose? Yeah, I'm sure Farris can text you the address, and you can just drop by. No need to call. I think I love you already,
Tara said, wiping her eyes. She held on to Meg, looking her up and down, and then her eyes went to Farris.
I think you've got a good one. In fact, I know you do. Congratulations. Now, you need to get this girl a ring so the rest of the world knows she's taken.
Meg grinned.
I can just take a Sharpie and draw a circle on my finger. That'll work, won't it? People get tattoos, but I think you deserve some actual hardware. Farris, you need to get on it.
I will, Tara, I promise. But you need to let go of her first,
Farris said, humor in his voice.
All right, but I am coming, and I'm going to bring my whole family with me.
Tara backed away a little, shaking her finger at Meg and then Farris. Then she looked back at Meg.
Don't worry, I'll bring food too, and plenty of it. Food or no food, just come, okay?
Meg said, laughing at herself a little for feeling left out before they'd left, knowing Tara hadn't meant any such thing.
I will,
Tara said. Then she stopped.
Come on, guys, give me a hug.
The kids walked to Tara with slightly less enthusiasm than they had tumbled out of the house and down the steps when their dad had come home. But still, they didn't have to be coerced, and it was clear they felt affection toward Tara. Tara squeezed them all in a big group hug, kissing their heads, as tears started coming out of her eyes again and rolling down her cheeks.
Now, you guys be good. Look at me, I'm a mess. Just make sure you take care of yourselves and don't forget your old neighbor, okay?
She said, half sobbing, half laughing, and squeezing the kids a little harder than maybe they wanted. Finally, she stood and waved.
You know I'm coming to visit you, but you know where I live, and you're welcome any time, too.
We'll be back,
Farris said easily, not having moved from where he stood. Tara turned and looked them all over again before she walked to her car. She honked the horn on her way out, and Meg didn't move until the car had disappeared.
Are you okay?
Meg asked as the children started running around, a couple of them running up the stairs and jumping off the top step, while Jenny had come back over and put her arm around Meg again.
Yeah, I think the last 4 years I've done all the mourning I need to. I'm sad, don't get me wrong. I know walking out for the last time is going to be hard, but I'm ready. I'm ready to move forward. I guess I kind of realized as I watched Tara. That's how I felt off and on for the last 4 years, but...
He turned to look at her more fully.
Today, honestly spending time with you, you made me be excited about the future again. Thank you.
Meg didn't know what to say about that. It was a huge compliment, and it made her feel amazing. But what should she say to that? And should she even try to put her feelings into words? After all, words probably weren't necessary. Except every time he made her feel so incredibly good, she wanted to return the favor. But there was nothing she could say that compared to what he just did, so she smiled and said, I'm looking forward to it too. And that was the truth. Chapter 11.
If you don't mind finishing the kitchen packing, I'll take the boys and we'll go up and start carrying some boxes down. After we strip the beds, I guess we'll just put the sheets and blankets and stuff in garbage bags?
Farris looked at her like he wanted her to be okay with that. And she supposed, since she would be the one washing them, it was right for him to do so. She appreciated the courtesy.
However it's easiest for you. I'll deal with it when we get unpacked, okay?
She raised her brows, wanting him to know that she truly wasn't going to be picky about how they packed stuff up. With 4 small children who could help but not a lot, they just needed to get it done, and not be picky about exactly how. Her opinion, anyway. It always seemed to surprise him when she didn't get super concerned about stuff, and it reminded her that Jackie had been a lot different than she was. Which made her think if he were going to fall in love with someone, he would probably not pick someone like her.
But you are together now, and he's been better to you than you ever expected.
Thankful for the voice in her head that counteracted the destructive thoughts she always seemed to come up with, she pushed the wrong thoughts aside and concentrated on the task at hand. Kids first.
Jenny, are you going to help me in the kitchen?
Jenny nodded eagerly.
I can tell you what's already in the boxes, and I can run down to the cellar and get more. We stocked up,
she added, sounding proud of that and much older than her 6 years.
Missy, would you help as well?
Missy's eyes opened, like she didn't think that she was going to be included, and Meg made a mental note to make sure that her budding relationship with Jenny didn't leave Missy out. As the middle child of 3, sometimes she did feel left out, and she supposed that was one of those things she carried with her to adulthood that caused her more grief than it should. But it had made her more sensitive to making sure that other people didn't feel left out, so she had to be grateful for that. Missy nodded eagerly, and Meg looked around the kitchen, trying to figure out which job she could give Missy to do.
Boys, let's go upstairs and see if we can't muscle these boxes into submission.
Robert nodded seriously, like it was a matter of course, but Matt's face lit up and he grabbed his dad's hand as they walked out of the kitchen. Meg smiled at the picture they made as they exited. Maybe Matt just needed some more alone time with his dad and hadn't been getting it, since it seemed like everything he did, Missy had to do too, and he seemed to resent that. Making a mental note that maybe she could approach the relationship by doing more with Missy, so Farris had more time for Matt, she turned back to the kitchen.
So, Jenny, do you have a box for the pots and pans? No, Dad said not to pack those away, since we were using them. All I have are the extra dishes in this box, and the mixing bowls and stuff that we don't use very often in this one.
Her little finger pointed to the 2 boxes. Meg noted that the dishes were just set in the box with no protective paper between them. They'd need to take them out and wrap them, but she'd need to find a way to do that without Jenny feeling like she hadn't done a great job.
Okay, we're going to need probably 5 or 6 more boxes,
Meg said as she opened drawers and doors, calculating in her head how much stuff they had to pack. Most of it.
And don't forget the pantry,
Jenny said, pointing to the door on the other side of the refrigerator. Meg hadn't noticed it before, and when she opened it, sure enough, there was a well-stocked pantry, with staples and canning supplies and lesser-used appliances like a stand mixer and a dehydrator.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff in here.
Just as she said that, she heard the thumps of people coming downstairs, and Farris's head appeared in the doorway.
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that I was going to hook up the cattle trailer. That's the one thing that's left here along with my pickup and the Suburban. I'll bring it around front, and when we fill the boxes, or bags, or whatever, we can load things up on the stock trailer. For now, you can go ahead and just set everything on the front porch. It won't be hard to carry it down, and it might be best to load it once we know exactly what we've got.
Thanks. I was just thinking this is more than I was expecting, and...
If you have it at your house, and you don't need it, leave it here. I'm going to tell Miss Boone from the church that she can come over and take whatever's left and give it to whoever needs it or donate it to charity. I've already talked to her about it, and she's practically salivating to get her fingers on whatever's left.
Got it. There's nothing that you have any sentimental value about that you want to keep?
She asked, wanting to make sure.
No, nothing,
he said with finality and no expression on his face.
You good?
Yep.
He turned around and walked back out of the kitchen, and the sound of his footsteps told her he was going back upstairs.
All right, girls, where should we start?
She asked, feeling like this wasn't her kitchen, and it might engender goodwill if she gave Jenny deference.
I don't know,
Jenny said, scrunching up her nose.
I can bring boxes up from the cellar while you think about it. Good idea. I think I'll probably start by opening up all the drawers and all the cupboards so I know what's here. Missy, do you want to help me with that while your sister brings us up some boxes? I can do that,
Missy said eagerly, running to open the drawers and cupboard doors and probably enjoying it because she'd never been allowed to leave them open before. Meg started picking through the things that she might need, but there wasn't much. Now that she knew she didn't have to take everything, the job didn't seem quite as overwhelming. She ended up taking some skillets, which looked fairly new, and all the canning supplies, which they never had enough of. There were also all the supplies necessary to make jerky, so she brought those too, since she loved it, but they never made it themselves at the farm because they didn't have the equipment. The girls helped her, and they talked while they worked. Meg was tempted to put some music on her phone so they could sing and dance to that, but she thought maybe it was just a good idea for them to get used to interacting with each other, and the music might be a distraction. Not to mention, it had already been an overwhelming day, and the music was just more stimulation than what she thought she could handle. She wasn't used to all of the activity and all these people. But it was fun. She could picture the girls growing up and hanging out with her in the kitchen still, talking like adults about their hopes and dreams and plans. She cautioned herself not to get too wrapped up in that idea, since a lot of times the dreams a person had for someone else weren't that person's dreams, and she didn't want the girls to be what she thought they should be. She wanted them to be what they thought God wanted them to be. She didn't want to try and play God in their life. That wasn't her job. Instead, She just needed to guide them into knowing how to make moral choices, ones that lined up with biblical values. It sounded simple, but as they worked together, the idea of raising children and doing a good job of it seemed harder than what she thought it would be, or at least the responsibility weighed heavier than she was expecting.
Little by little, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little.
She wasn't sure where the saying came from, but it was a comfort. She didn't need to teach them everything today, just a little bit at a time, every day, when she gave up the music she would prefer to listen to, or her solitude or peace, or the easiness of doing a job herself, and had her children do it with her, enjoying their company, having fun, and teaching them by her actions first, and then by their discussion of why they make the decisions they do. All while they were living their life. That was what made raising children so hard, she realized, something she'd never thought about before. The strain was in the everyday, all-day long thing, where she was constantly not doing her preference, but focusing on doing what was best for the children, which meant they would be beside her, and she would be showing them how to act, by the way she acted. It took less time than she expected before they had all the boxes packed up with everything she wanted from the kitchen sitting neatly on the front porch, waiting for the cattle trailer to be brought around.
"How do you guys feel about taking a break?"
she asked, looking in the cupboard for glasses.
"I'm thirsty,"
Missy said.
"Me too,"
Jenny said.
"Do you have a big kitchen?"
she asked in the next breath, and Meg smiled at how children's minds jump from one thing to another, the way hers still did sometimes.
"We do. We have a big table in there, and that's where we usually eat, right in the kitchen, like most farmhouses,"
she added, knowing that to be true. Not all, but almost everything happened in the kitchen, and no one took their boots off to come in and sit down around the table. They had plenty of glasses at home, so she hadn't packed them. Someone else would be using them eventually, but for now, she filled 3 up with water and handed them to each of the kids and kept one for herself.
"Do you want to go out and sit on the porch for a minute?"
she asked.
"There's no place to sit,"
Jenny said cheerfully, skipping to the door anyway.
"We can sit on the steps. We don't need chairs. We're young and tough."
The girls giggled, and Missy spilled a little water as she walked out. Meg figured she probably should have given her a little girl glass, but it seemed like a special occasion, and it made Missy feel like she was part of the group to have the same glass. They sat down on the steps while the girls chattered about the things that they did and places they played, and pointed out the tree that they climbed and where their sandbox used to be and their swing set, and asked if Meg would make sure that their dad didn't forget to take their bikes, too.
"I'll try, and I'm sure if we forget anything, it's not so far we can't come back and get it."
An hour was a long time with small children, she was sure, but it still wouldn't keep them from coming back if they needed to. "Are you guys quitting on me?" Farris asked as he walked out the door, the boys trailing behind him.
"If I'd known you guys were ready for a break too, I would have gotten you some water." "I'll grab some for them,"
Jenny volunteered immediately, setting her glass down carefully and jumping up. "That sounds great. I'll take some ice in mine if we have any," Farris said, setting himself down on the top step, leaning against the opposite porch pole for Meg. He gave her a searching look. "You must be tired."
"I'm getting there. I'm grateful that the beds are made and that when we get home, we don't have to unload all of this right away."
"No, we can work on it tomorrow. I got a text from Preston who said that he was working on getting a teenager to give him a hand, and he'd take the kids all day tomorrow. Apparently there's a rodeo or something in Prairie Rose, and he said he thought they'd enjoy it and it would give us some time to settle in."
"I think they'd love that. The girls have been a great help today. That would be a nice reward for them."
He nodded, understanding that she was saying that she didn't mind working with the children, but they would have fun with Preston, rather than working on unloading and arranging the house all day tomorrow. Plus, she thought, as she looked into Farris's eyes, it would give them a day alone. A shiver ran down her spine, the good kind of shiver, and their slow grins happened at the same time. Maybe he wasn't thinking what she was thinking, but she could almost bet that he was.
I'm sorry I married you and put you to work immediately.
Not a problem. I don't mind working. She took a sip of her water, just because suddenly her throat was dry and she wasn't even sure what was going on with her. All these crazy feelings that she wasn't expecting.
I thought maybe we could work in the morning tomorrow and then maybe we could go somewhere and look for rings and go out to eat.
That's not the most urgent thing we have to do, really.
Tara was right. I want the world to know you're taken.
Well, when you put it that way, I kind of feel the same about you.
They smiled into each other's eyes, laughing again. Maybe because of them being adults, but still being silly and almost acting like they were at the beginning of a budding romantic relationship, and not the beginning of a marriage of convenience.
Here's your water, Daddy,
Jenny said, carrying 2 glasses in her hands.
If you wouldn't mind, give those 2 to Robert and Matt. They did more running than I did, and they're probably thirstier.
Meg grinned and hid it by looking down into her glass. That's exactly the kind of attention that Matt needed, and she appreciated the fact that Farris saw that and was taking care of it. She had a feeling that swept over her, with total assurance, that she had made a very good decision today.
Thank you, Lord.
Chapter 12. Carmen.
Mama, do you remember the guy that gave us the money to buy your cookies at the cookie auction?
Frances asked Carmen as they stood in the kitchen preparing supper together. Of course she remembered. Preston. Regret and longing mingled in her chest, working to steal her appetite. Not that she ever had a great one anyway.
Yes,
she said, wondering what Preston was up to now. He always seemed to show up when she needed him, never talking to her, at least not if he could get away from it, although they had met face to face in the parking lot at the fast food restaurant where she worked. He'd been surprised, and she'd been reminded of how stupid she'd been.
I saw him when I was walking with Arian in Prairie Rose last night. You know, we went down to see the rodeo pens, look at the horses and stuff.
Yeah? Why were her hands shaking? She focused on not cutting herself as she continued to chop the red peppers into strips for the salad she was making.
He wanted to know if I wanted to earn some money as a babysitter.
She hadn't asked if the children were his, not of him that day, not of anyone else. She didn't ask if he were married, didn't ask anything about him. She tried as hard as she could to not think about him. She was married to someone else.
And what did you say? I said I'd have to ask my mom, but he's one of the Emerson brothers, and you always said that those guys are okay, so I told him he could give me his number, and I'd text him if I was allowed.
Normally, she would be very uncomfortable with her daughter giving some random man her telephone number. But it was Preston. Even if he weren't a neighbor, and at one time had been a friend, more, she would trust him with anything, including her children.
When does he want you to watch them?
She asked, hoping Frances wouldn't hear the slight tremble in her voice. Wishing she weren't so weak.
Tomorrow. He wants to take a bunch of little kids to the rodeo, and he said he wasn't sure he was going to be able to handle all 4 of them himself. He just wanted someone to kind of hang around and help him. He said that I could bring a friend, and Arian said she'd help if she was allowed.
Carmen scraped the peppers into the bowl and began peeling the onion, keeping her head down so her daughter couldn't see whatever look was on her face. Exasperation? Happiness? Gratefulness? She wasn't sure. Preston wouldn't have a problem handling 4 kids. He didn't need help. He was trying to give her daughter a job, a way to earn money.
Preston's a good man. I trust you with him, just as much as I would trust you with Catherine. Wow! Are you guys friends?
Frances asked, her 13-year-old brain picking up on that immediately.
We used to be.
Carmen kept her voice as casual as she possibly could. She didn't want to give anything away, although she did want Frances to know that Preston was a man she could depend on, could trust, because he was. Far more trustworthy than Carmen had ever been. Why did some mistakes haunt a person forever? How did some people make mistakes and seem to recover from them immediately?
If you divorced your husband, it wouldn't matter.
She dismissed that thought immediately and wished she could put Preston out of her head just as easily. But here her daughter was standing in the kitchen talking about him, going to spend the day with him tomorrow. And how could she not think about him?
It's just that you and Catherine are best friends, and you hang out together when Dad's not here and you're not working, and I barely know Mr. Preston. It was a long time ago, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a good man. I guess,
Frances said, stirring butter into the pasta noodles she'd just drained.
If you guys were such good friends, you should have married Mr. Preston instead of Dad.
All of her marriage, she'd tried to teach her children that they needed to honor and respect their father, even if he wasn't the best husband or dad. She always left that last part out, never telling them that he wasn't the best husband or dad. She figured they'd pick that up on their own, and regardless of how he acted, as the head of their household, he deserved respect. Not just from her, but from her children as well. It was clear in the Bible that a person's position demanded respect, no matter what kind of person they were. Children were to obey. The Bible didn't give any outs. They were also commanded to love. There were no outs for that either. It didn't matter how bad a person was. The command was to love. Regardless of what the rest of the world thought, she tried to bring her children up according to Bible principles. She hadn't always been successful, but she tried. She sighed.
I think sometimes it's easier to look on the other side of the fence and think that the grass is greener over there. You know, how the cows push against the fence, sticking their heads through, thinking they'll get something on the other side that they don't have on their side. People can be like that too. Mom, you never talk normal. Just say it already.
Frances wasn't being disrespectful necessarily. She just got irritated sometimes when Carmen didn't come right out and say things.
I'm sure Mr. Preston would be a great dad, but looking at him and comparing isn't good for anyone. We just have to love the man we have and look at ourselves and make sure we're being the best Christians we can be. I guess I was just wishing. Tell you what, if you look at Mr. Preston, you'll see a lot of qualities that you want in the man you're going to marry. So watch him, see how he acts, see how he treats people, the way he handles children, the way he acts when things don't go his way, the way he treats people who can't do anything for him, and make a note of that. He would be a good prototype for someone who would make an excellent husband.
They talked about this kind of thing all the time. Qualities to look for in a mate, qualities that would put you off a person, and big red flags that should make her turn her back on a budding romance. Carmen wished someone had talked to her about it, had talked about what a commitment marriage is, had told her that all of the faults of the person that she married would only be magnified throughout their years together. That if he was an inconsiderate jerk on the day they said "I do," he wasn't all of a sudden going to become a man of character and values and morals after the preacher finished blessing their union. She probably hadn't thought quite like that, but she had thought that Michael would change. Maybe because of her, that she could change him. How many silly girls had gone into marriage thinking the exact same thing and been bitterly disappointed, as she had been. But she'd been sure to teach her girls that from a young age, to show them what was important, to let them know that they needed to make sure of certain things before their feelings carried them away. Because feelings were hard to fight. She was the poster child for that.
Is it okay if I go?
Frances finally asked as she poured sauce on top of the pasta. Carmen scraped the onion slices onto the salad before she answered.
Of course. Mr. Preston will be a really good person for you to spend the day with.
She said that without any bitterness, and she felt like she kept her longing disguised as well.
It's okay if I text him and tell him that?
It is, and find out where he wants to meet you.
Thanks, Mom.
Frances pulled her phone out of her pocket, and 2 thumbs started flying over its keyboard. The kitchen door slammed, and Carmen knew without looking up that Michael had walked in. His boots sounded on the floor, and as she turned to set the salad on the table, she noticed the mud that sloughed off, slopping on the floor she had just scrubbed. "What's that, rabbit food? You know I hate that stuff," Michael said, looking at the salad in her hand. She smiled and gave him a one-armed hug in greeting, which he didn't return.
Salad, and the doctor said it would be good for your blood pressure to eat some more greens. I didn't put any tomatoes in it because you hate them.
"I'm not a rabbit. The doctor doesn't know jack squat anyway,"
Michael said, pulling a chair out and sitting down in his seat at the head of the table. Carmen set the garlic bread on the table and called the other kids while Frances set the big pot of spaghetti down. Michael had 3 pieces of garlic bread on his plate, along with a big heaping pile of spaghetti, before the other kids came to the table. She grabbed the dressing and set it down before taking her place at the seat to his right. Michael gave her a glance as he picked up his fork, but he held it in his hand. She hadn't fought with him about too many things in their marriage, but she had insisted that they teach the children to pray before they ate, thanking God and asking for his blessing. The amen was barely out of Trevor's mouth before Michael had spaghetti in his. Frances's phone buzzed, and Michael looked at her.
"Who's texting you at supper time?"
he demanded, like the rest of the world should know they were eating and should know not to text them. Carmen kept her head down and concentrated on eating. Frances wouldn't be in trouble if she explained what was going on, but Michael might not allow her to go, just to exercise his authority and contradict what Carmen had already said. But, thankfully maybe, Michael's own phone rang, and he pulled it out of his pocket, answering it. He talked while he ate, and the rest of them ate silently, Frances's text forgotten. Michael, still on the phone when he finished eating, got up from the table without saying anything to the rest of them and clumped into the living room, mud dropping from his boots as he went. Was she doing the right thing? She always wondered. Some days were worse than others, and today had been a bad one, because sometimes Michael could actually be nice. But when she thought about leaving, knowing that the rest of the world would think that was just fine, she never had a peace about it. She always felt like it was the wrong thing, that God wanted her to stay, that she was exactly where she was supposed to be, keeping her vows, showing her children how to respond in a biblical manner to someone who was unkind. Sure, it wasn't what the world would term a healthy relationship, but so many times what the world said was right wasn't what the Bible said. She didn't have any doubt about her worth in God, about His love for her, about who she was in Christ, and she didn't have any doubt about how she was supposed to respond to people who were unkind. The Bible didn't stutter. Pray for them who despitefully use you and persecute you. She had also made her vows before holy God that included the words, for better or for worse. She'd been teaching her children what a good marriage should entail, all the while showing them that it was possible to keep vows in a bad one, if that's what you ended up with. And she intended to keep doing so, choosing, through sheer willpower some days, happiness. She didn't say anything when Frances pulled out her phone and walked to a corner of the kitchen, her thumbs moving over it. Thank you, Lord, for sending Preston so my daughter has a good example. Chapter 13. Preston pulled in the drive of the McCloskey home, which he supposed would soon be the Warner home, if it wasn't already. Farris already stood on the porch, and Preston supposed he had been expecting the man to be down, if not downright depressed, about going home for the last time. Morning, Preston said as Farris walked to the truck and got in.
Morning. Appreciate you agreeing to take me. It saves the kids a couple of hours in the car.
Not a problem. I wouldn't mind laying eyes on your home one more time. It's a beautiful house, a gorgeous farm.
Thanks. I am kind of excited to see the rest of Meg's farm. It's not mine, but it has the same kind of character, if that makes sense. What I've seen is gorgeous so far.
I thought you'd like it. It sounds like you might be pretty happy with Meg. There had just been the way that Farris had said her name, a certain ring to it that had made it seem like there was some affection, if not something a little stronger between them.
Fine. You want me to admit that you were right?
You can if you want to, but I guess I was more curious as to how you guys hit it off. You think you're going to make it okay?
She's perfect for me. You had to have known that. I've heard rumors that you're a matchmaker on the side, but I never really gave credence to them. I believe them now.
Preston backed out the drive and pulled on the road, smiling on the outside, but a little sad on the inside. He'd missed his chance at matchmaking in his own life. But it was fun, and somehow satisfying, to see other people end up with people who made them happy. Although a lot of it had to do with matching people of character with other people of character. No matchmaker could make a relationship work without the people involved having character. A marriage can work with only one person who's determined to do right. The voice in his head reminded him of that, and he couldn't disagree. Carmen had made her marriage work, but it had involved a lot of work and sacrifice on her part. Work and sacrifice that most people wouldn't have put forth. It had shaped her into an even more amazing woman than she had been when he'd known her. He shook his head, always trying not to think of her. She wasn't his. I just saw someone who needed something and someone else who could meet that need. And two people who would be amazing together. Preston finally spoke, not wanting to have a reputation as a matchmaker. Not really. People had a tendency to distrust matchmakers and to not talk to them because they didn't want to be the next person on their list. Even though most people secretly longed to have a partner and buddy and friend who admired and respected and cherished them. Men and women alike. They talked about the farm for a while, and farming in general, and Farris talked about the work that needed to be done, and Preston offered to help as much as he could once they were done with their own wheat harvest. The miles passed quickly, and Farris got out, giving his house one last glance before he went straight to the Suburban and got in. He wasn't even going to walk around again. Preston supposed he didn't blame him. It was over, and there was no point in looking back. It was just depressing. The ride back didn't seem to take long at all, and Preston pulled into the drive of the old McCloskey farm, 4 kids moving around Meg, who stood on the porch, like bees around a hive. Meg looked like she'd been born to be a mother, and the children seemed to be completely at ease with her, the older girl standing with her arm around her waist and looking up at Meg like she hung the stars. Yeah, that was satisfying. Meg looked happy and content, and her eyes were on the Suburban and the man just getting out of it. Preston watched her face soften and her lips smile. Farris didn't even look toward the pickup, but went straight to the porch, catching the youngest boy as he jumped up the steps and into his arms, and holding his youngest daughter's hand as he walked up. He didn't kiss his new wife, but he stopped, and they spoke, obviously in low tones, the kind of talking that lovers did. Preston smiled as he got out of his truck. It sure looked like his matchmaking, if that's what it was going to be a success, and he couldn't be happier.
Good morning, Preston, Meg called from the top of the stairs.
Good morning, he answered back. He could have been happy with Meg. They would never have been madly in love, but they got along okay. But Farris was perfect for her, as was she for him. And Preston was better off alone than standing in the way of two people who were better off together. Looks like you have the kids all ready to go.
I do, and I appreciate you taking them. They're so excited.
They haven't been to a rodeo before,
Farris said.
We've had some come through, but I never had the time to take them, and they can't wait.
Are there going to be horses?
The oldest girl asked from the shelter of Meg's side. There are going to be some really nice-looking horses there, he said honestly.
And calves?
The youngest girl asked. I think there will even be calves that you can pet. We'll have to see. He checked the time. Frances Davis is going to be helping me. I need to pick her up. I didn't figure that would be a problem. She's a good kid. Meg's eyes narrowed, but Preston ignored her. The entire town figured they knew why he wasn't married, and they were pretty much right. But he usually didn't dignify their suspicions with any kind of behavior that might encourage it. Although, after he'd given the kids money to buy their mom's cookies at the cookie auction, he'd been trying to think of ways he could help the family out without the entire town knowing. Small towns were tough to get away with things like that in, and Prairie Rose was no different. They'd just have to whisper behind his back when he walked around the rodeo with Frances today. The kids were already scrambling off the porch and opening up the doors of the Suburban. They agreed that it would be best for him to take that, rather than trying to squeeze them all into the pickup, where there was plenty of room, but technically they weren't supposed to ride in the front. Once everyone was in their car seats and buckled, he waved away the money that Farris tried to give him, got in and drove away, glancing in his rearview mirror as he did so at the couple that stood side by side but not quite touching, and waved as their kids disappeared. Preston might not be able to have his heart's desire, but it felt good to give other people theirs. Chapter 14.
Hang on, I'll give you a hand with that,
Farris called as he walked by the doorway where Meg was making a bed. The kids had all slept in beds last night, and the sheets had been washed, but some of the beds hadn't been used for a while, and she wanted everything to be clean. Not to mention, she figured they'd be more comfortable with the sheets and blankets from their own beds. So she'd washed everything while they were unpacking things this morning, and now she was making the beds. Farris had been carrying some extra things up to the attic to store them, like the Christmas decorations and winter clothes.
You know, I can do this myself,
she said, humor in her voice as he walked in.
I know you can, but I found that things are more fun when you do them with me, so I thought the same might be true for you.
Meg had lost the sense of insecurity that she'd had just yesterday, and they'd worked together today. They'd laughed and talked and carried boxes together, while telling stories of their childhood and doing the getting-to-know-each-other thing that most couples did before they got married. Meg kind of liked the idea that they were doing things a little differently. It had been fun, and she'd enjoyed it and appreciated how Farris was still being kind and thoughtful, even though he was safely married to her, and she wasn't going anywhere. It hadn't been just an act. It was the way he was.
I'm starting to get hungry, and I actually thought if I helped you, it would make everything go faster and I'd be able to eat sooner.
Oh, the truth is coming out? You don't want to help me, you just want to eat.
She shook her head and rolled her eyes in mock consternation.
Men.
Come on, you've got to be hungry too.
I am, but I'm not nice to people just because they feed me sometimes.
It's one of my many flaws, and I'll have to keep working on it. I've heard that a wife rubs your rough edges and smooths them out.
She hooked the fitted part of the sheet under the last corner of the mattress and grabbed the flat sheet as he shook it, and it billowed out over the bed.
Honestly, Farris, I haven't seen too many rough edges that need to be straightened.
Her words made him smile as he tucked the sheet underneath the mattress.
You know, not to be a downer because I've had a really great day, but there's been a lot of sorrow in my life, and I just love the fact that you make me laugh.
He looked up, his words sincere, even if he did look a little out of place making a bed, with his jeans and shirt and rough hands. He definitely didn't look like a butler or any kind of housekeeper. He looked exactly like what he was, a farmer who was helping his wife in the house. He looked good. But his words were sad, and they hurt.
You know, you always hear about hard times making you a better person and all that, but it really depends on the person and how they handle the hard times, you know?
I know. I've gone through that in my head, where it was tempting to turn my back on God and be bitter because He's taken so much from me. But I've always had this faith. I don't even know where it came from, but I just believed that God was taking things so He could give me something better.
That must have been really hard faith to have when your parents died, your sister died, your wife died. You lose your farm, and yet you still believe God is good. It's almost amazing.
He straightened the blanket, looking down at his hands.
It really is amazing, but somehow God just always gave me that faith. Today is the first time in my entire life, where I think that that faith might actually be right here on earth. I guess I always thought in my head that things would get better when I got to heaven. I didn't think that God was actually going to take those things from me so He could give me better things here on earth.
It was a lot of words, a lot of conviction, and they had the bed finished, with the comforter smoothed out, before Meg stood and stared at him.
I lost my parents too, but I can't imagine if God had taken my sisters, taken more from me. I always felt like He'd taken a lot when He'd taken just that much.
It's hard to lose your parents. You think you're going to have them forever, but it's just not true.
He stroked a hand on the bed, then walked to the foot of it.
I appreciate knowing that you know what I've gone through. Maybe not all of it, but it feels like we have that shared experience where we both understand loss.
And understand how to appreciate what we have, and how fleeting it can be, and how important it is to not take the people around you for granted.
He grinned, nodding. She was grateful he hadn't gotten sad or bitter over the losses that he had. It would have been so easy.
This was the last one, wasn't it?
He said.
It was.
I really am hungry, but it's bothered me all day, just thinking about what Tara said yesterday and seeing your bare hand. I want to get a ring.
I'm ready as soon as I change my clothes.
I have to change too, if you'll give me just a minute to grab my clothes out of our room.
It could have been an awkward moment, where they both needed to change, but Farris had made sure she was comfortable and that the relationship didn't push her further or faster than she wanted to go. He'd almost been too considerate. She appreciated it, because although she felt comfortable with him after working with him most of the day yesterday and today, it still had been such a short time, and she didn't quite trust herself or her feelings. He grabbed his clothes and walked out with a small grin and no words. Closing the door behind him, she changed quickly, not wanting to waste any of the time they had with no children. Maybe someday she'd regret not having a honeymoon. She supposed people would tell her that she would, but she figured as long as she didn't focus on it, it wouldn't matter. But she did want to appreciate the time that she had, and this was that time. She exited her bedroom, almost at the exact instant that he opened the bathroom door.
I have my clothes. I assume you want them in the basket in the room?
Give them to me, please. I think I've done enough laundry for today, but tomorrow's another day.
She reached to take the clothes from him, but he didn't let go, and they ended up standing close together, face to face.
I don't want the housework to become drudgery for you.
I don't think it will, but maybe I'm just looking at things through rose-colored glasses.
Maybe you'll let me know?
Sure, but sometimes you just have to power through when things aren't quite going the way you want them to.
Her words made him smile, and she'd kind of gotten used to that. Every time she said something that was just common sense, he seemed amazed that she felt that way. She figured it was just him getting used to someone who thought differently than what Jackie had. She carried his clothes to their room and came back out, walking down the stairs in front of him and closing up the house before they went out to his truck. Chapter 15.
Do you feel married now?
Farris asked as they walked out of the jeweler's shop.
I felt married yesterday at the top of the courthouse steps when you cared about how I felt,
Meg said, but she still lifted her left hand up and held it out in front of her, the diamonds on her band sparkling in the sunlight, just above the thick gold wedding band beneath them. She'd chosen a ring with several small, well-secured diamonds, rather than one large one, explaining that she hadn't wanted to be pretentious, and she also didn't want to lose something valuable.
The rings are pretty, but it's the hand that really gets me,
he said, thinking maybe she wouldn't understand. It wasn't that he didn't like the rings. It was that the hands weren't afraid to work, weren't afraid to hold his children, weren't afraid to labor beside him. That was what was truly priceless. To him, anyway.
There you go again. And I know you mean it. It makes me happy that you think you've gotten someone worthwhile.
I know I have.
He didn't have to wonder, and he didn't have to spend tons of time with her in order to know what kind of person she was. Maybe she wouldn't understand that. He slipped his hand into hers as they continued on the sidewalk. Their truck was actually parked in the opposite direction, but they were just moseying along, the two things they'd come to town for accomplished, and they still had time.
I'd never believed in love at first sight,
he finally said.
And you do now?
Meg asked, her brows furrowed, looking over at him. He hadn't made any declarations of love, so no wonder she was confused.
I don't know. I guess I didn't look at you yesterday and fall in love immediately, but there is something different about you. Something that pulls me. Something that stirs inside of me. I hesitate to name it, but it's something I've never felt before. Honestly, I should want to be at home. There's a farm that needs attention, that hasn't exactly been neglected, but there's a ton of work to do, and even if I work from now until the end of the month without taking a break, I wouldn't be caught up. I've never had that kind of work facing me before, and instead of wanting to get home, I just want to hang out with you.
He said that last part with a kind of wonder in his voice. He couldn't believe it was true. Meg smiled, almost like she was embarrassed, and tucked her chin in.
You're going to give me a big head.
He'd not seen her be coy before, and he figured she was probably uncomfortable with him talking so much about how he felt. He didn't typically do it. He was just shocked at how attached he was to Meg, for how little time they'd known each other.
I'm sorry, but it's the truth. I just hope I can be what you need.
Of all the things that had happened to him, the people that had died, and the drama with the farm, it had been his wife's insults that had scarred him the most. He could still hear her saying that he would never be a good husband, that he didn't care about her, that he didn't make her happy and didn't meet her needs, that he spent his time on all the wrong things, and looking back, she was probably right. After they got married, he had been determined to prove himself, to prove he could be a farmer like his dad. Maybe he had neglected his wife, but she hadn't been interested in doing anything with him. She wanted him to leave what he was doing and be with her. Maybe that was just an excuse. They walked by a candy store, and both of them stopped at the same time, looking at the display in the window. Red, white, and blue for the fourth holiday that was coming up. The confections were arranged in a patriotic display that still somehow looked appetizing at the same time.
I don't think you need to worry about that. In fact, I would say that's definitely something you don't need to worry about. I've never felt more like the center of someone's world than I have these last 2 days with you. And I know that's not something that I should expect or maybe even want, but it's made me feel good in ways I can't even explain. Like you cherish me,
She ended, almost lamely, like she just didn't have the words to explain how she felt. He appreciated that she tried and that her feelings were more than words. That's how he felt, too. He squeezed her hand and felt her finger run over the thick gold band that he'd bought for himself. Some farmers didn't wear them, and he understood that. Having a metal ring on the finger when it was around running equipment was just asking to lose a finger. But he wanted it there. Wanted the rest of the world to know that he found the one he was spending the rest of his life with. Even if she had been found in an unusual, certainly unexpected way. A toy train came into view and chugged across the bottom of the display, startling them both, since there had been no movement on the display up until then. They both stood and grinned at it, and he appreciated the fact that she enjoyed little things, wasn't demanding, and seemed to be generally content and happy.
That looks so good, but I don't think I can hold another bite.
Me either, although it is pretty.
They turned away from the candy display and, as one, turned toward the pickup.
You want to go see a little of the rodeo?
I'd love to, she said. I guess I kind of want to show off my family, too. I was a little bummed when Preston was going to take the kids, and we didn't get to. They're such good kids, and is it terrible that I'm kind of proud of them, even though I haven't really done anything with them other than spend, a day with them?
He laughed, loving the way her words just hit him in all the right places.
I love it that you love the kids. And yeah, let's go see what they're doing.
They walked back to the pickup, smiling and talking about the cute things that the kids had done while they were packing up yesterday, and the little things they had said on the way home. And the way the kids seemed excited that they had gotten married and that they were going to have a mom. Farris couldn't remember spending another day in quite that state of bemused happiness. Maybe there was a small part of him with a tiny bit of fear that said,
God has taken away everything else he's ever given you. He's probably going to take Meg away, too.
But he pushed that fear aside. Whatever God did was right, and in the meantime, he was going to enjoy the blessings that God had given him. Chapter 16. They were just pulling in the field which doubled as the parking lot for the rodeo when Meg gasped and put a hand over her mouth.
What is it?
Farris asked, concern drawing his face in.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, but I just realized I haven't talked to my sisters yet. I haven't told them about About us getting married.
Oh, will they be here?
Esther might. I don't think Candace will be, although I suppose her children would love to see it. I just don't want them to hear about it from someone else. And I mean, it was just yesterday, and we've been busy since then, and I texted them and told them that I needed to talk to them, but I haven't had time.
Her voice was louder than what she wanted it to be at the end, but she was trying to defend herself, even though she knew she should have made time to tell her sisters something that important.
I see. And if you walk around here and everyone sees us together, the town will know you're married before your sisters do.
That's right.
But will people be able to tell that we're married just because we're walking around together? I don't think they will unless we tell them.
He answered himself, but then added,
Or if the kids say something.
Maybe they already have.
The idea startled her.
Preston knew, so no one would be trying to keep it a secret. At least, I didn't say not to say anything.
Neither did I. I knew it was fast, and I figured we would have to face the music. But that's more you than me, because these aren't my friends and neighbors and family.
She laughed a little.
We've already had Tara's reaction, and that was a pretty big reaction.
I assume you probably have friends and family like that, too.
Yeah, probably everyone is going to be shocked, although maybe not all of them will react quite like that.
She looked down, holding her hand with the ring on it up. It wasn't going to matter what people said. Their rings would give them away.
We can do whatever you want to.
He kept his hands on the wheel, even though he pulled into a parking place beside the last car.
If you want to leave, Preston will bring the kids home. Or if you want to stay here while I grab them.
No, let me send a quick text to my sisters. It isn't how I wanted to tell them, but I'll explain that.
They probably weren't going to understand no matter how she explained. Or maybe they'd be upset that she didn't make time. But it wasn't as easy as coming into the house and announcing it like it used to be since they didn't live there anymore. She had to figure out a time where they could all meet, and she could tell them face to face. She could set up a FaceTime call, but that would take more time than she had to give.
Meg?
Farris spoke into the silence of the cab.
Yeah?
I know you love your sisters, and you want to do right by them, and I think they know that. It bothers me that something you did with me is going to stress you about talking to them.
I don't think they'll be mad at me. They're just going to be shocked. And if I text them, there's going to be a lot of texting back and forth, and I was trying to figure out whether I should FaceTime them, but I really didn't want to take the time.
Technically, it was her honeymoon, what little she was going to get of it, and she wanted to spend it with Farris and the kids. Finally, she decided that it might not be the very best way, but it was a compromise where she wasn't doing the very best thing, but she was doing the best that she could. Pulling up their group text, she wrote out a simple text, just saying she got married and was at the rodeo, and she'd set up a time to talk to them later. Blowing out a breath, praying that her sisters wouldn't be too angry, she put a smile on her face and looked over at Farris.
Are you ready?
I am.
His eyes studied her, though, and he looked like he wanted to say something else, so she waited, her brow slightly raised in an invitation to go ahead.
Did you not say anything to them because you thought they might talk you out of it?
Oh, no. I mean, don't you think anyone would try to talk me out of it? And you too,
she added, because it was true. No one was going to think it was a good idea to get married to someone on the day you met them.
But I am more concerned because I did it without telling them. I think they will be, not angry, but maybe hurt. You know, that I didn't tell them what was going on in my life.
I guess it's a woman thing, which makes me think that maybe I should have told my sister.
Yeah, you probably should have.
While she knew I was moving out, she didn't know that I wasn't going to where I said. I usually talk to her once a week or so, and I just haven't yet. I guess I should send her a text, too.
Meg laughed and shook her head. They were a pair. Getting married, going to a rodeo, and then thinking about their siblings. That was pretty inconsiderate, but it had been kind of a whirlwind. He sent off a quick text, and they both got out of the pickup, meeting around the front and clasping hands like they'd done it for years instead of a day. Meg couldn't get over how comfortable she felt with Farris, like they'd been together a lot longer. People probably wouldn't understand. As they walked toward the rodeo, all the good feelings of the day threatened to evaporate as she thought about how people were going to react to her sudden, and they would consider rash, decision.
Are you regretting things?
Farris asked, attuned to her moods like no person had ever been.
How do you do that?
Do what?
He asked, his face serious as he looked at her.
Know what I'm thinking and feeling. It's like you can tell that there's a problem, or you just know.
She didn't even know how to explain it. He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders.
I don't know. No one has ever accused me of being super sensitive or able to read anyone's mind or feelings. In fact, Jackie pretty much accused me of the opposite.
He paused for a moment, and Meg was reminded again that there were things about his ex that had hurt him. Scarred him, probably. It felt odd to her that that was actually more prominent in his personality than all of the death and loss that he had been through.
Maybe having kids has made me more in tune? I'm not sure.
Whatever it is, it really makes me feel like you care about me when you notice my feelings have changed or my attitude.
I want to keep that in mind. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I want to keep doing it. Because I do care.
They got to the edge of the crowd, where the food vendors were scattered around, outside the arena in the stands. It wasn't terribly crowded, but it was a big crowd for Prairie Rose.
Preston said they were in the far stands, on the right as we look at them.
Farris's head craned to see over the crowd of people and around the food stands scattered in what felt like random order, although there was a well-trodden path going from one to the other.
I think I see them. Missy was wearing a pink shirt, and she's sitting on the lap of a man with a dark blue shirt on. Pretty sure that's what Preston was wearing this morning.
Yes, I remember Missy's pink shirt. She insisted on it.
He grinned down at her and met her eyes, although they didn't say anything. She could read his easily, though. Appreciation that she had taken the time to dress his kid and even remember what she wore.
Let's walk over, see if they want anything to eat. Maybe we can hang out there for a while. Sound good?
He said, tugging on her hand and taking one step before they were stopped by a voice.
Meg McCartney, who in the world are you with?
Cheryl Thompson scurried up to them, her mouth open, one hand over it, one hand holding a giant waffle cone with 3 different flavors of ice cream dripping from it.
I had no idea you were with someone. This must be new. I've never seen him around here before.
She sidled up to Meg. Are you going to introduce me?
Cheryl, this is my husband, Farris Warner.
Cheryl batted her eyes. Then they flew open and her gaze zeroed in on Meg.
You got married?
She gasped, in a voice loud enough to carry to the arena and halfway through Prairie Rose.
Yesterday,
Meg said simply, appreciating the tightening of Farris's hand in a reassuring squeeze.
You got married yesterday to a man I've never met? You've not had him around? No, he's from an hour to the west. Where in the world did you meet him? And how long have you guys been seeing each other?
Cheryl wasn't exactly a good friend of Meg's, and she might be considered what some people would think of as a busybody, but she was a nice lady, close to Meg's age. They'd gone to school together, and Meg knew her questions were just as much out of concern for her as they were at trying to get the latest scoop.
We met through Preston, and we haven't been seeing each other that long. It just felt right.
That was mostly true.
Your sisters got married, so you felt like you needed to, too.
A more cultured voice said from her other side, and she turned, not realizing that Susan Washburn had walked up and was listening. Susan wasn't quite as harmless as Cheryl, in Meg's opinion. She'd been married several times. The second time, she'd left her husband and children and moved in with a man who'd left his family as well. That marriage had broken up, and the man she was seeing now was still married and had 3 children. Maybe Meg was being judgmental, but in her opinion, it was one thing to get divorced and remarried. It was another thing to step into someone else's marriage. She didn't have a whole lot of respect for Susan, although she was always cognizant of a voice in the back of her head saying that God loved Susan too, and Susan just needed people to love her, not judge. Chapter 17. Meg took a breath and smiled at Susan, a smile that wasn't exactly genuine, but she wished it were.
Maybe that's part of it. I definitely felt the urge to have my own family once my sisters were gone.
She didn't see any point in denying it. Susan had hurled it like an accusation, and maybe it didn't show the best type of character on her part, but it was true. Susan flattened her lips and shook her head, her perfect hair moving as her head moved. She was slender, not looking at all like she had 3 children, and she wore bright red cowboy boots, somehow making them look stylish and chic. They would just look silly if Meg had tried the same outfit.
"Marry in haste, repent in leisure,"
Susan said, like she didn't have 2 failed marriages behind her. Her eyes moved from Meg to Farris, and she held out a hand.
"I'm Susan. Meg and I are old friends, and I'd love for us all to get together."
Cheryl snorted and licked her ice cream cone.
"I know my mom hasn't heard anything about this yet. If you don't mind, I'm going to run over and tell her. The town is going to explode with this news,"
Cheryl said, waving her ice cream cone goodbye as she hurried toward the stands. Farris had pretty much ignored Susan, which Meg was grateful for. She didn't want to be married to someone who was rude, but she knew Farris wasn't. He just wasn't a flirt and probably didn't know what to say to Susan's rather forward comment. But Susan was looking at him like she expected a reply, and Farris swallowed. "I guess you'll have to set that up with Meg. There's a lot of work to do on the farm, and I'll be pretty busy." Meg couldn't help it. She squeezed his hand, appreciating the fact that he wasn't so desperate for attention that he got sucked into batting eyes and a cute figure and come-hither words. Or maybe it was just because she was beside him. She shoved that nasty little voice away, knowing that Farris wasn't like that. There was lots of cheating that went on in the world. She'd seen it, even in her small town, Susan being a big example, but not everyone was like that. And she was confident that the man she married fell into the latter category.
"Well, a man should never be too busy to have some fun,"
Susan said, then she looked at Meg.
"I'm sure I'll see you around."
She lifted her brow, almost like it was a warning, and sauntered off, boots flashing in the sun. "You have some interesting friends," Farris said after she left.
"I claim Cheryl as a friend. She's got a good heart, even if she does have a tendency toward gossip. I don't think I claim Susan, though,"
she said, almost hesitantly.
"I think Susan probably just needs love, and she craves it, almost. And maybe it makes her feel good to know that someone loves her more than he loves his wife and kids. I don't know. But she's not really someone I want around my marriage or my family."
She felt a little bad saying that, but she figured she could probably say things to Farris that she couldn't say to anyone else. At least, she hoped she could.
I see. I'll make a point to avoid her.
That was all she'd had to say, and he understood exactly what was going on. It made her heart turn toward his, in a way she couldn't explain. Just the fact that with that sentence, he had let her know he was on her side, that he wasn't a flirt and didn't need that kind of attention. Which put him in a rare category, in Meg's opinion, since men so often seemed to need the attention of multiple women, to the point where anyone who flirted with them was someone they couldn't seem to drag themselves away from. That's how Susan had stolen her last 2 husbands. Without saying anything, they started around the arena, walking toward the stands on the other side and the little girl in the pink shirt. The bronc riding was happening, and their walk was interrupted several times as horses and their riders were let out of the chutes, and they stood back away from the fence while the ride was going on.
I haven't been to one of these in years. I'd forgotten how much fun it is,
Meg said as they stood and watched the second rider.
I've always enjoyed them, too. I'm really glad the kids got to go. There's just something fun about seeing an animal and man contest and just getting together with your neighbors.
Outside, too,
Meg added, because school performances were fun, but the atmosphere inside an auditorium was completely different than the atmosphere out in the open. She waved at a few people and saw Miss Matilda standing down at the far end. She was tempted to go down and greet her, wanting to talk to her, to tell her about the marriage, knowing Miss Matilda would have words of wisdom and advice if she needed it. But they came to the kids first, and she didn't want to walk away.
Looks like you guys are having a great time,
Farris said as they moved into the seat in front of them between riders.
Daddy,
Missy said, hopping off Preston's lap and rushing toward Farris, throwing her arms around him and acting like she hadn't seen him in a week instead of most of a day. Farris hugged her back and put his other arm around Jenny, who had come and sat on his other side. He jerked his head at Robert, and then as Missy pulled back, he held his arm out for Matt, who walked into it without a glance at his sister. Matt climbed up on Farris's lap and snuggled there. It made Meg think the kids had had a big day and were tired.
Were they good for you?
Farris turned around and asked Preston and the girl who sat beside him. Preston looked down at the girl, and she glanced at him before she gave a shy smile. They've been a lot of fun. They listen really well, and Robert even won the pedal tractor contest.
Wow!
Farris's voice held pride.
Good job, kid.
He held his fist up, and Robert bumped it, his little face beaming, his chest out. He held up a blue ribbon in his other hand.
Nice. Your first decoration for your new room.
If possible, Robert's huge smile got even bigger, and there was no way Meg could look at that and not grin, too.
I guess since the kids were good, I can claim them. I'm their dad, Farris.
He held his hand around behind him, talking to the girl.
Preston said he was picking up Francis, and I assume that's you.
Her eyes got big as she looked at the adult hand that had been offered to her. Then she smiled, grabbing it and shaking.
Yeah, that's me. My friend Arian was here with us for a while, but she's with her family now.
I see. And you didn't get released from duty. I suppose if you'd like to take off, you can.
Her face fell some, and she shook her head.
No, my dad's home, so...
She didn't say anything more, and a cheer went up from the stands, keeping her from having to finish. Meg knew exactly what was going on, and she was honestly surprised that Preston had brought Francis. Everyone knew about Preston and Carmen, and yet no one ever saw them together, never saw them talking, never even heard a whisper of Preston being anywhere near Carmen and her family. And yet, here he was. She bet tongues had been wagging all day over that. But Preston didn't seem to care. He was relaxed and smiling, and Frances seemed to be completely comfortable with him, almost like he was her father. They didn't look anything alike, and Meg didn't think for a second that he was. He just had that paternal way about him, and she seemed to give him deference as she would her dad. Meg didn't want to pry, although she couldn't deny being interested. They watched the bronc riding for a while, and Meg kind of forgot about her marriage being big news until someone tapped her on the shoulder. Since she was sitting at the end of the bleachers, she looked down and saw a head. Esther's head.
"Do you have a minute to talk?"
Esther said, and her normally sweet face, while not set in hard lines of anger, definitely held hurt.
"I do. Hang on."
She leaned back, then tugged on Farris's arm.
"Farris, this is my sister, Esther. Esther, this is my husband, Farris."
Esther's smile was tight, but not unfriendly. She held her hand out.
"I think it's good to meet you. Meg has excellent taste, and a lot of common sense, and usually a really great head on her shoulders. I'm sure she picked a great man, but I'm sure you understand it's kind of a shock to me to find out that she's married to someone I don't even know."
Farris nodded his head, taking the proffered hand and shaking it gently.
No, I'm sorry. I guess we felt like we had good reasons, but if it helps, I have a lot of respect for your sister, and—"
He looked at her, affection in his eyes along with warmth.
"She's quite a lady."
That made Esther smile to hear the compliment about her sister.
"I can recommend Farris as well."
Preston spoke up from behind them, in a low tone so as not to grab the attention of the children, who were watching the latest bronc rider.
"That means a lot, too,"
Esther said honestly.
"Do you mind if I go talk to Esther for a bit?"
"No, go right ahead. I'll text you if we need to go anywhere."
"Thanks."
She felt like she should do something other than just get up and leave, and if it were a normal marriage, she probably would have kissed him on the cheek or something. But they hadn't done anything more than hold hands, and that seemed a little odd to start doing right in front of her sister. So she left and didn't look back. Esther met her at the bottom of the bleachers, rubbing her arm and walking away from the arena, out the opposite end, away from the food stands and crowd, into the field that surrounded the rodeo area.
"Meg, what's going on?"
Esther asked, her eyes concerned, her face scrunched up.
"I don't want to give you a hard time, and I want to support you, but what have you done?" "I know, I'm sorry. It's been a whirlwind, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you and Candace. I did tell you that I needed to, but things just happened." "Are you going to tell me?"
Meg ran through the details, telling Esther about the first message she'd received, her conversation with Preston, which made her feel like maybe what she was thinking was a good idea, and how she felt the Lord's hand in everything.
"Normally, you know I wouldn't make a move without a lot of prayer and getting advice from people close to me. That's biblical. That in the multitude of counselors there's wisdom, and I believe that. There just wasn't time."
Esther lifted her brow, because there had been time. They hadn't had to get married that fast. Chapter 18. But then Esther's face softened.
"I understand. Sometimes you just feel like something is the right thing to do, and you do it. Just, marriage is a big thing. But not all of us have someone like Monroe, who comes around day after day and we know him, and I get that that's the way a lot of people do it, but it doesn't have to be done that way." "I agree. I'm sorry if it sounded like I didn't. I do think that if your values and morals are the same, and you both are the kind of people who say something and then do what you say and don't make a habit of going back on your word, then the marriage can work. After all, everyone says those feelings fade." That's what I hear too. You have to work to keep them. So, if you have to work to keep them, why wouldn't you have to work to get them to begin with? You mean you're not even attracted to Farris? I don't know. I'm not sure what that feels like. I mean, I look at him and I definitely wouldn't mind having him kiss me. You haven't even kissed? No, it wasn't something that the judge said we should do at the end of our ceremony, and so we didn't. Wow. I know, I don't expect you to understand. But you're not repulsed by him? No, of course not. I mean, we held hands, and that's nice. I wouldn't mind being closer. He smells good, and I just feel right when I'm with him. I think that's more important than attraction, that he's someone that you can see yourself with, someone that you feel comfortable around. I do. I can't tell you how many times today I felt like I couldn't even believe that we'd only known each other for a couple of days. It feels like much longer. I mean, I think that some of the newness will wear off, but that comfortable feeling will only get deeper, right? I think so.
Esther looked down.
I know it has for me, with Monroe. I understand the term soulmate now. You know, it's like we're bound together by more than just the physical realm. He knows me, and the crazy thing about it is that he knows me and he likes me anyway. Yeah, I hope that's what we end up with, although we're not there yet. I can definitely tell you that Monroe's and my relationship deepened after we were married. For sure. There's definitely a bond that grows after you've said vows, and you know you're together for life. You find ways to work things out. That's what I've always heard about dating, that it was just practice for divorce, because when things go wrong, you don't work on them, you just break up. And you do that over and over again, and then all of a sudden you're married, and something comes up, and you're not used to having to work it out, so you just break up, which at that point, it's divorce. I've heard that too, and I can't disagree. Dating is something that's new, speaking of the history of mankind, and we've all kind of jumped on the bandwagon. But is it best? I'm not sure. Honestly, I kind of think not.
Meg nodded, knowing that she and Esther agreed on this as they'd talked about it some over the years. It was such a crazy idea, bucking tradition and society, and everything that everybody thought was right. But what society thought was right wasn't necessarily biblical.
But I don't know if that means that it's a good idea to meet someone one day and marry them that same day,
Esther said, a gentle smile on her face.
I know.
She sighed, knowing that there was no defense for what she'd done, other than it just seemed like the right thing to do.
I'm a little hurt, too. I mean, you don't have to tell me everything. There's no law that says you do, but I guess I kind of thought you'd tell me something like this. I'm sorry, I really am. I wasn't trying to make you feel guilty, and you've already apologized. I just wanted you to know that I'm working on getting over it. I'm not holding a grudge or anything. I'm just hurt. I think Candace will feel the same way. I think she will too, although I think Candace might understand a little better, since her marriage was fast, even if it was to someone that we were familiar with and Monroe's brother. That makes it a little better than what I did, doesn't it?
They laughed together, because there really wasn't much difference. Candace hadn't known Jefferson much longer than Meg had known Farris.
I can tell you she's a bad influence on me. She did it, and I had to do it even worse. You can tell her that. Maybe that'll make her feel better.
I feel like you guys are talking about me, Candace said, out of breath and jogging to a stop.
Your feelings are right on the money, Esther said. What's this about Meg getting married?
Candace said, her voice a little louder than Esther's had been, with a ton more energy. Candace seemed to glow with life and health and happiness.
Marriage has been good for you,
Meg said, knowing it had been true while Candace had been living with her, but having been away from Candace for a couple of days made the startling beauty that just seemed to shine within Candace even more obvious.
Thanks, I think,
Candace said, sounding a little baffled, because it had only been a couple of days since she'd seen Meg at Rose's birthday party.
But it doesn't mean it's good for you. Who is this person? Did you marry Preston?
She said, a little smile on her face, like she thought maybe Meg had been seeing Preston on the sly.
No, I married someone you don't know. Actually, I didn't know him until yesterday. You're kidding,
Candace said. Meg and Esther filled Candace in on all the details, as Candace's mouth dropped lower and lower.
So, I propose marriage to a man that I've never spoken to before, and you have to go and one-up me and propose marriage to a man you don't even know? It wasn't like that. I know, I just had to tease you a little, because sibling rivalry and all that. This had nothing to do with rivalry, and everything to do with the feeling like this was the best thing. I hope it was,
Candace said.
You said he lost his farm?
Esther said, picking up on a detail that Meg had included with Candace, but not Esther.
Yeah, we'd like to sit down with you and your husbands and discuss the future of our farm and how we'll handle things. Farris and I have talked about a few things, but I suppose I ought not to share them until I'm sure we're on the same page. Maybe we can set something up,
Candace said, pulling out her phone and grabbing her calendar app.
That'd be great. I know Farris wants to get to work, and I'm sure Jefferson will help, since Jefferson has been taking care of everything, but I think Farris wouldn't mind taking over if he can. I'm sure Jefferson wouldn't mind that at all, but we probably should iron out some details. Everyone working on their own assumptions is just going to lead to a big fight and argument and hurt feelings. And I don't want that,
Esther said emphatically. Esther had always been the peacemaker, and she hated confrontation and arguments. They figured out a date they thought should work, although Meg hadn't known Farris long enough to know exactly what his schedule and calendar looked like. So they penciled it in, then agreed to get back to each other once they knew for sure that their husbands could make it too.
I need to get back to Jefferson. He has Rose and the other 3 children, as well as Aunt Bev, clear over on the other side of the stands, and I wanted this to be a fun time for him, not where he's drowning in children and aunts and I'm off gallivanting around with my friends. Sisters and friends, because you two are my best friends, and you guys know that.
Meg nodded, knowing it was true for her too. She had other friends, but Candace and Esther would always be her best friends. They hugged each other, and Meg walked back to the stands with Esther on one side and Candace on the other. They split when she walked up the stairs, Esther going back behind the bleachers and around, and Candace jogging in front to get back to her family.
That must have been your other sister,
Farris said as she settled back down.
It was. I'm sorry she didn't stay to be introduced. She wanted to get back to her family, but we set up a time for us to meet at the farm to talk about everything, and you'll meet her then. I hope that's okay?
Sure. It's probably better for me to be introduced slowly. I have a better chance of remembering everyone's names that way.
Meg didn't have a chance to respond when a man said,
Meg?
Meg looked over the side of the bleachers and saw one of Monroe's brothers. They were often out on the harvest crew, and while she'd seen them several times since Esther and Monroe had gotten married, she wasn't always sure which one was which. She was trying to rack her brain to figure out which one it was when he lifted the massive hot sausage sandwich in his hand and took a big bite. It had to be the one who was eating all the time.
Lincoln?
He swallowed.
Yeah. Did Monroe or Esther tell you that I have the wagon wheels they wanted brought up from Texas?
No, they'd mentioned the wheels and that they were hoping one of the crew would bring them up, but they hadn't mentioned it had happened.
I just got back a couple of days ago. We have some work around Prairie Rose this year, and I'm here for a bit. I can bring them out sometime after I get off work.
He took another big bite of his sandwich.
Whenever you bring them is fine. Maybe just set them on the front porch so we see them and know they're there.
That's fine. I can do that. It might be late. Sometimes we don't get done until after dark.
I understand completely, and I'll let them know I've talked to you. I believe they were going to use that to make a gate at the end of the driveway, weren't they?
I think so. They wanted them at your house, which is why I didn't just drop them off at the shop, but I wanted to check before I came out to your property.
We have a dog now, but she's a sweetheart. Don't be alarmed if she barks. We keep her inside at night.
Good to know. I would have been surprised.
He nodded his head, his sandwich close to his mouth.
I'll see you around.
Sure.
He walked off. Meg shook her head and turned to Farris.
That was one of my sister's brothers-in-law, and I'm sorry, I totally didn't even think of introducing you.
That's okay. He looked like he was more interested in his sandwich anyway.
I'm sure he was. That thing looked good.
They laughed.
I think lunch is wearing off.
The last bronc had just gone, and there was a break in the action as they got the next horse and rider ready. It was a good time to get up and feed themselves and their children. Meg noticed the eyes on them as they walked along, curious, and probably some whispering as the rumor had spread that they'd gotten married. But she didn't care. She felt good that she'd talked to her sisters, and they both seemed okay with that, even understanding. And nothing had dimmed the feeling that she had done the very right thing. When Farris's hand slipped into hers from one side and Jenny's hand on the other, she didn't think she could be any happier. Chapter 19.
We should probably give them baths, but I hate to wake them up.
Farris spoke over the car seat in the back of the Suburban as he carefully got Matt unbuckled without waking him.
I agree. It's always so dirty at those things, but when a kid is sleeping, you just hate to get them up.
Meg said in reply, the dim light of the cargo light casting shadows over her face, making her look older and more tired. That made him want to ease her burden as much as he could, however he could. There had been a lot of changes in her life in a short amount of time. He didn't really understand this protective instinct that made him want to ease her burden. He hadn't felt that so strongly with Jackie. Maybe he had at first, but the more she complained, the less he wanted to do things for her voluntarily, and the more he did things just because she nagged him into it. Funny how that seemed to be a downward cycle.
If it's okay with you, I vote that we not give them baths.
She looked at him as she went to scoop Missy out of her car seat. The little girl had her thumb in her mouth and a grubby hand on her blanket. Jackie would have flipped her brisket if he suggested putting the kids to bed without bathing them. But he nodded.
I think that's best. A little dirt won't hurt them, and we'll get them clean in the morning.
I agree. I do think we ought to take the dirty clothes off them.
Agree.
He loved Meg's common-sense approach to life. It mirrored his own.
Daddy?
A sleepy voice said from the back where Jenny and Robert were sitting.
We're home, honey. If you crawl up here, I can carry your brother and you in at the same time.
We're home,
Robert said sleepily.
That's right. You guys want me to come back out for you?
No,
Jenny said, her voice sounding slightly less sleepy and a little scared. She didn't want to be out in the dark by herself in the car with only her brother's company.
Okay,
Farris said softly,
I'm trying not to wake your brother and sister."
Did you say we don't have to get baths?
Jenny asked.
"Yes, we just need to take those dirty clothes off. I don't even care what else you put on. Just don't go to bed in those."
Yes, sir,
Robert said, like he knew that Farris had been talking to them both. Meg had managed to get Missy out, almost like she'd been doing it for years instead of one day. She jumped in with both feet, giving herself to his kids however they needed her. Like she had expected that, had known when she was marrying a man with 4 kids, she was going to become an overnight mother. She hadn't even flinched. They carried the children in softly, up the dark stairs, with only the bathroom light to guide them. Meg must have left that on, knowing that the house would be dark when they got home. He'd have to thank her later, because he hadn't thought of it. They had the 2 girls in one room and the 2 boys in another, even though there were enough rooms for all of the kids to have their own bedroom. It just had seemed better since they were moving into a strange house and a new life, and maybe they'd want to have each other for company. Jenny went with Meg, and he followed Robert into the boys' room. The light from the bathroom was enough to see dimly as he carefully undressed Matt and put a clean t-shirt on him. He didn't even bother with pants as Matt groaned softly and said,
Daddy?
He smiled at the word, especially from this tough little boy who acted out so much and who seemed to have so much anger and such a huge need for love. He could try to fill the need, and he appreciated Meg helping him by taking Missy and doing things with her to enable him to give Matt special attention. But he knew that the huge need Matt had because of his early experiences with his mom could only be filled by the Lord.
"God, please help him to see you early and help him see that you love him, no matter what happened to him in his childhood, no matter how rejected he felt by his mom."
Jackie hadn't meant to reject him. She'd just been busy with the new baby and trying to survive her cancer.
"Lord, you must have something special planned for Matt. Please be real to him."
He often prayed for his kids while he was putting them to bed, and he often spent more time praying for Matt than any of the other ones, because he felt Matt needed it more. Not that Matt was a favorite, just that he was different.
I love you, Daddy,
Matt said sleepily as Farris kissed his forehead.
"I love you too, son."
He almost added, "God loves you as well," but he didn't. He didn't want it to be a trite thing, although he wanted it to be drummed into Matt's head so that if he ever did walk away from the Lord, those thoughts would be there to hopefully bring him back. Walking across the room to Robert's bed on the other side, he leaned down to his son who was already under the covers, lying on his back, his eyes open in the dim light.
Dad,
"Yes, son?"
is Meg really going to be our mother?
"Yeah. Is that okay?"
I guess. I just think she's going to leave.
Those words hurt his heart. Robert had already had one mother leave. It wasn't like Jackie had a choice, because if she had, she would have stayed. Although, he wondered now if Jackie would have stayed in their marriage. There was no point in speculating, since he would never know for sure. But when things got hard, Jackie had a tendency to pout and throw a fit until she got her way. Until she got Farris to do what she wanted him to do. If he ever had to put his foot down, would Jackie have come around? Or would she have walked off? When she'd gotten cancer, her main concern had been for herself. The children had come second. At the time, he thought it was natural. He still did, but he didn't know, and he shoved the thought away.
"Meg isn't going anywhere,"
he said, knowing that if Meg were to die in a car accident tomorrow, Robert would think for the rest of his life that his dad had lied to him.
Until God takes her,"
he added, to make his statement true. Maybe everyone had all the confidence in the world of their spouse and thought they would never leave or cheat or do anything that would hurt their marriage. But that's exactly how he felt. He could depend on Meg for anything, trust her with everything that was important to him, including himself and his children, who were the most important.
"And your heart?"
Ouch, what a question. Could he trust her with his heart? He could. He knew he could. He just didn't know if she felt the same way about him, and the idea of putting himself out there, having her give him one of her tender smiles and say, "I'm so glad you feel that way about me, but I just don't feel that deeply about you." That would hurt.
"Are you afraid?"
He didn't typically live his life letting fear control him, did he?
"It has only been 2 days. Give her some time."
There, that seemed like a more reasonable statement. He didn't have to be feeling guilty for not telling Meg how he felt when he hadn't even had time to court her properly. Although today seemed to have been a good start. He had a great time with her, first as they ate and picked out rings, and then as they spent time with the kids at the rodeo. It felt like he had a wife and family, a romance, and the solid backing of the people who cared about him. As he tiptoed to the door and carefully closed it, he realized he hadn't felt that secure since before his parents' accident. Security like there were people around him who loved him and would catch him if he fell. Like he wasn't alone. His sister might have something to say about that, but his sister. He pulled his phone out of his back pocket, realizing it had buzzed not long after he'd sent her the text, but Meg had been talking to those ladies, and he hadn't wanted to be rude by checking his phone. Sure enough, there was a text from his sister. "You what? Who? Why? When do I get to meet her?" The words weren't in all caps, but they might as well have been.
"Come anytime. She'd love to meet you. She's pretty amazing."
Then, just so she couldn't say that she would come but she didn't know where he was, he sent the address to the farm. There, maybe that would appease her, knowing that she knew exactly where he was and could get to him at any time. He sent it, knowing that his sister was probably already in bed. She had long days taking care of their grandparents, and she might not even be able to get away. He was sure to hear about it in the morning. After all, along with his grandparents, they only had each other, up until Meg. Hopefully, his sister would love Meg as much as he did. He couldn't imagine anyone not. As he was shoving his phone back in his pocket, Meg came out of the door of the girls' room, closing it softly behind her. "They were okay?" she asked Farris.
"Yeah, they both woke up, but they were both fine."
Missy never opened her eyes, and Jenny seemed to go right back to sleep. I think they had a really nice time.
"Thank you. Thank you for being willing to come and spend some time with them, even though we could have had an entire day without them."
I'm glad we could. Maybe next year this time it will be nice to get away, but right now, I feel like getting to know them is almost as important as getting to know you.
For some reason, that made his throat tight. After all, she didn't have to like his children, and she didn't have to want to spend time with them. She could consider them a duty and not actual humans that she wanted to have relationships with. They walked to the room together, having moved the daybed in, which is where he planned to sleep while she slept in the bed. He definitely had a desire to change that, but he also didn't want to move too fast. He figured it would come eventually in time.
I'll grab some clothes. I want to take a quick shower,
she said softly, moving on silent feet to her dresser and pulling a couple of things out.
"I do too. I'll be ready when you get out."
She gathered her things up, nodding to indicate she had heard his words.
"I wanted to thank you for a really great day,"
she said as she came up to him, still standing in the doorway.
"Me too. I wasn't expecting to have that good of a time. I guess going to town isn't my favorite thing to do, but I think maybe it just depends on who you're with."
Maybe because it was dark. Maybe because they'd had such a good time. Maybe because she hadn't seemed embarrassed to introduce him as her husband or to hold his hand, or to be with him at the rodeo in front of all of her friends. After all, wasn't in front of a person's friends where a person's true nature came out? And she hadn't wanted to shove him aside, but instead had been proud and happy that he'd been with her. Maybe it was because of all that, but it gave him the courage to slide his hand along her cheek, pushing in her hair like he'd wanted to do since he'd first seen her. It was soft. He'd forgotten how soft a woman's hair could be. Different than his children's hair, but still just a whisper against his fingers, a caress.
"Maybe you weren't proud of me, but you acted like you were, and I appreciate it."
"Why would I not be proud of you?"
"I don't know. I guess sometimes a person can be one way, but when they get out in front of their friends, they treat you differently. You didn't act like you were embarrassed by me or that you weren't sure whether or not I was a mistake. Thank you."
"I'm not embarrassed by you. I don't think you're a mistake. And while I cringe a little at the idea of people talking about how fast we got married, I'm not even embarrassed about that either. I said I was sure about what the Lord wanted me to do, and it doesn't matter what the rest of the world says."
She seemed to lean her head into his hand, like she liked him touching her.
"And you are my husband. I'm with you, and I'm not ashamed of that. And I'm not afraid to let everyone know that I think you're an honorable, upright man that I'm proud to have by my side."
He wouldn't have said he was insecure. Not at all. But maybe it was because Jackie had always acted like he was not quite good enough. Or maybe it was because he hadn't known any of the people they'd met today. And while he hadn't felt like a third wheel, he definitely had felt like they all had more right to have Meg's affection and attention than he did. And she hadn't treated him like they did. She treated him like he came first. He wasn't sure how to tell her that was what had meant so much to him. Tempted to lean down, to at least brush her forehead with his lips, he didn't. Instead, he dropped his hand and stepped back.
"Thanks."
She stood still for just a moment. Maybe because she was disappointed, but more likely because she wanted to make sure that what she had said had appeased him. She seemed to decide that it had, and she stepped out of the room, walking to the bathroom. He stood there for a moment, his throat tight, his mouth dry. He wanted her to be proud of him, but he also wanted her to feel cherished and secure and loved. Love. He wasn't sure about that, but he thought maybe it was happening. To his surprise. Chapter 20. Lincoln Connolly pulled into the McCloskey farm. Actually, it wasn't the McCloskey farm anymore, but he couldn't remember the last name of the dude that had married the last McCloskey sister. His sister-in-law, technically, since his brother Monroe was married to Meg's sister Esther. That's how he happened to be pulling into the drive at 1 o'clock in the morning. He was in their old farm truck, the oldest one they owned, and the alternator had quit working about 5 minutes after he'd left the shop with the wagon wheels that he'd promised to deliver in the back. He turned the headlights off as soon as he got off the main highway, hoping to conserve enough battery so he could make it home. Thankfully, there was a full moon, and he was able to see the road just fine. He kept an eye out for any other headlights, either in front of him or behind, ready to flick his headlights on if necessary. He wasn't trying to get away with anything, other than figuring that it was probably the belt on the alternator that had snapped, and he wasn't sure he had an extra one in the back. He also didn't really feel like fixing it this evening, or rather this morning, since he'd already put in a full day's work, and he needed to be back out in the combine by 6 tomorrow morning. Unless there was a heavy dew. If the wheat was tough, he'd have a couple of extra hours. Regardless, he was relieved when the McCloskey farm appeared ahead, and the gravel crunched under his tires as he pulled into the drive. Moving slowly in the dark, wanting to make sure he didn't hit the dog Meg had mentioned, although he didn't hear barking and didn't see anything. Meg had said the dog was inside at night, but in his experience, things didn't always go the way a person expected them to. And a dead dog would not be a good way to encourage his new sister-in-law to like him. Reaching in the bag of candy that always sat in his console, he pulled out a mint, unwrapped it, and popped it in his mouth. He'd smoked heavily when he'd been a teen. Sometimes he wondered why he'd gotten into it, since none of his other brothers had ever had that problem. He just always thought it looked cool. Stupid teenager. He'd been a pack-a-day or heavier smoker for a long time before he finally quit. He still got the urge, though, and he wondered if it would ever go away. It had been 6 months since he smoked his last cigarette, and he still felt the need to have something in his hand, something in his mouth. He'd gained 30 pounds, and he wasn't sure whether the cigarettes might have killed him faster than whatever diseases a person got when they were overweight. Probably losing weight wasn't any easier than quitting smoking, but for now, the food kept him from picking up the cigarettes, so he let it go. Turning and pulling into the house beside an SUV and pickup and 2 cars, he switched the motor off, not wanting the rumbling, soft as it was, to awaken anyone in the house. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and he wouldn't have been bringing these wagon wheels over, but they were taking up space in the garage, and his dad had specifically asked for him to get them out. He couldn't believe how many cars these people had, for only being 2 of them living here. But he supposed, since they'd just gotten married, maybe both of them had come with 2 vehicles, and they hadn't had time to sell one or give it away. At this time of night, his mind got hooked on the strangest things. He didn't give a flip how many vehicles they had. Getting out of his truck, he shut the door softly as he could, and then stood and listened for a minute. He didn't want to wake anyone, but he also didn't want to be surprised if, by some chance, someone was out walking around checking things. He wanted to let them know he was there and was a friend, not someone who needed to be shot. He figured they would ask questions before they shot, but he really didn't know the guy Meg had married, and this seemed to be one time where it was definitely better to be safe than sorry. A shadow came out from around the side of the house, and he squinted. It was small, maybe a little bit too tall to be a child, but very slender. It was facing the house, and he could easily see the golden blonde hair that fell down to her waist. He tilted his head as she pulled back an arm and threw something at a window. It must be a teenager trying to break a few windows and have a little fun at night. Well, he could hardly believe that she hadn't heard him pull in, but if she had been around on the other side of the house, maybe she hadn't. After all, his lights had been off, and the muffler on this truck was the one thing that worked consistently. He crept along the side of his truck before walking softly behind the other vehicles until he was behind the figure. Kids nowadays, you never knew. Even girls might be carrying, and he didn't want her to turn around and shoot him when all he was trying to do was keep his sister-in-law's windows from getting broken. So he crept forward, being as light on his feet as he could, and as soon as she let the next stone fly, He lunged, grabbing her with both hands and maybe overestimating a little on the amount of force he would need to bring her down, since they flew forward and landed in the bushes next to the house. He hadn't meant to go that far, but she was smaller than he thought, and, in his defense, it was dark out, even if there was a full moon. She screamed and didn't quit screaming, like she actually wanted people to come find them, even though she was the one trespassing and breaking windows, and he was the one that was saving the house from nefarious intentions. Finally, he clamped a hand over her mouth. It wasn't that he didn't want people to hear, it was just that he didn't want people to hear and think he was killing her. He was the hero in this scenario, and he didn't want there to be any doubt about that when Meg's husband came out with a gun.
Be quiet. I'm sure Meg and her husband will have you at the police station in just a moment, but you don't need to act like this is somehow me at fault.
Her screaming stopped, and so did her wiggling, just for a moment. Then she grabbed his hand and tried to pull it away from her mouth. No way was he falling for that trick. Soon as he took it away, she'd start screaming blue murder again.
Let's get up.
He didn't mean it as a suggestion, but with his one arm wrapped around her waist, pinning her arms to her spine, and his other hand over her mouth, he didn't have anything but his elbows to use to balance himself to get up. She was on her stomach with him on top of her, and they kind of rolled to their side while she pushed up, and he came behind her, but they didn't quite balance and ended up falling over to the other side, out of the bushes and into the yard, and, if he wasn't mistaken, one of the two of them landed in a pile of dog poop. It wasn't hard to smell. Up until this point, he'd been kind of easygoing about the whole thing. Kids will be kids, and going around and breaking someone's window wasn't exactly something that kids should be allowed to do, but it wasn't like they were setting fire to things and shooting up the town. He could think of a lot worse things a girl could be doing.
I can't believe your parents didn't teach you any better,
he said, irritated despite himself, because of the dog poop. That would have ruined anyone's good mood. She struggled, pulling at his hand again, and he said once more,
We're getting up.
He didn't want Meg and her husband to come out and find him rolling around with her. He didn't even want to be found on the ground. It just looked too incriminating. She stopped struggling and pulling at his hand, and he relaxed a little, figuring she was going to try to get up again, and this time telling himself not to push too hard. He seemed to have a problem with that tonight. But no sooner he thought that than pain shot up his arm, radiated in his elbow, and landed in his shoulder, making it feel like his whole arm was on fire while his hand burned. The little brat had bit him. Okay, now he was angry, and he completely let go of her, jumping to his feet and grabbing her arm, yanking her up, wrapping an arm around her, and slapping his hand back down on her mouth, just in a matter of seconds. She had enough time to call out, "I'm Farris's sister," before his hands clamped down. He also realized, at that exact second, it had been her shoulder in the dog poop, but now it was smeared all over the front of his shirt. Nice.
I have no idea who Farris is, but he can't be very proud of you right now, kid,
he said, wanting to shake the little brat for being so nasty. She bit him. He couldn't believe it. It had been, goodness, at least 8th grade since he had bitten anyone. Maybe that's how old she was. She was pretty small. Her head didn't even come to his shoulder, and he outweighed her by probably 50 pounds. Or more. Of course, there was the 30 pounds he'd gained since he quit smoking. Maybe it was more like 80. Whatever, at least he'd kicked that nasty habit. She struggled as he pulled her around the side of the banister and in front of the front steps. Of course she kept struggling. She didn't want to get caught. The porch light came on, and he smirked to himself. Normally, he tried not to gloat about things, but he was going to take great pleasure in telling Meg and her husband that this little twerp had not only been trying to break their windows, and probably had, but had bit him as well. At first, he just wanted her to get a slap on the wrist, something to let her know that she needed to stop thinking it was fun to destroy another person's property. But now, he hoped they pressed charges. His hand really hurt. A dark figure had appeared in the doorway, followed by a smaller one that he recognized as Meg. They pushed the door open, and a man stepped out, followed by his sister-in-law.
"Farris?" Meg said. "Do you know these people?"
It took another 3 seconds for what Meg had said to penetrate his brain. Then he knew. Farris was her husband. Chapter 21. Farris walked out on the porch with Meg behind him. He would prefer she stay in the house, but it was her house, and he didn't feel like it was his place to tell her to stay. Not to mention, one glance and he felt like these people weren't dangerous. Even if the one man did have his arm around the woman and a hand over her mouth. Looked like the hand was stuck out far away from her mouth, cupping it rather than covering it, like he was afraid to get bitten or something. But the girl was small. And familiar. "Annie?" he said, squinting to see if that might truly be his sister. He'd just texted her about getting married 2 days ago, and they'd chatted on the phone yesterday, with her calling him and grilling him but saying nothing about showing up at his house. When he spoke, the man, who also looked strangely familiar, dropped his hand and froze. Maybe if he would have stepped back, everything would have been okay, but as it was, as soon as his hands dropped and Annie could move, his sweet, gentle, tiny little sister, who had never shown an ounce of anger in her life, turned and smacked him right in the nose with her balled-up fist. "Annie," he said.
"Lincoln, are you okay?"
Meg said from behind him. Lincoln. That was one of the men she'd seen at the rodeo, and she said he was her brother-in-law, he thought. The brother of the man one of her sisters was married to. For some strange reason, he had a vague thought about the infamous Hatfield and McCoy feud, and wondered if perhaps his family was going to be in the middle of the next great American family feud. From the blood that was spurting out of the man's nose, it wouldn't surprise him.
"You are an idiot,"
Annie said, stomping her foot. It was hard for Farris not to laugh because Annie was so small, and when she got angry, which he honestly couldn't remember the last time, she just looked adorable and not ferocious like she wanted to.
"You belong in jail. In fact, I insist that you be locked up immediately. People like you shouldn't be allowed to roam the countryside, attacking random people and knocking them into bushes."
Farris was almost certain there was steam coming out of her ears, but when she turned her face toward him, he also realized there was blood flowing down her face. "What did he do to you, Annie?" he said, going down the porch steps, and for the first time, feeling like maybe there was a problem going on, and it wasn't some kind of big misunderstanding. After all, these were both people that they knew, and both had every right to be on their property. "Why are you bleeding?" he asked. Meg was right beside him, her eyes on Annie's face, her gaze tender.
"Oh my goodness, we need to get you inside and get this taken care of."
"Hello, blood here," the man said, his hand on his nose, pinching, head tilted back, trying to keep his nose pointed up while also looking at them. He seemed sure the woman wasn't seriously hurt. Obviously, Annie had done something to upset him.
"What's that smell?"
Meg said, sniffing and looking around like something had died in her yard and she'd just noticed it. Farris took one sniff and said, "Dog poop." At the exact same time, Annie and Lincoln answered the question as well. That smell was unmistakable.
Oh,
Meg said with a little bit of disgust in her voice, but a little humor coming through as well.
well, how about you guys come in and we'll see if we can't get you fixed up.
She put her arm around Annie, just like they hadn't been talking about the dog poop that was somewhere smeared on them. On her other shoulder, actually. He was pretty sure that was the black stuff on Lincoln's t-shirt, right around his chest area.
No, Lincoln said. I'll be fine.
He still had one hand pinching his nose closed, but his head was not tilted anymore. He looked at his hand, like there might have been something wrong with it. Then his eyes skidded to Annie. Interestingly, Annie's eyes went to his hand too, and something that looked a little bit like guilt and then regret flew over her face before anger entered her eyes again, and she met Lincoln's gaze with an almost haughty one of her own. So unlike Annie. She was gentle and kind and sweet and wouldn't hurt a flea. She took care of their grandparents and had sacrificed most of her 20s, giving them round-the-clock care. She lived a self-sacrificial life, a true servant. He'd never seen her angry. Even growing up as her brother, he'd never seen her angry. This person did not seem like his sister.
I have those wagon wheels I told you guys about in the back of the truck. If you don't mind, I'll just go ahead and unload them and head out. Are you sure you don't want to come in? We can take a look at your nose. Although, I'm sorry, but there's probably nothing we can do for that, other than hold some ice on it to keep the swelling down. There isn't going to be much swelling. She didn't hit me that hard. She just hit me in the right spot, I guess. It doesn't even hurt.
Farris narrowed his eyes at Lincoln. He kind of thought that last phrase might have been an outright lie, but Lincoln was already turning away. Farris glanced at Meg, and she nodded, and he stepped off the porch as well. He donned a pair of jeans and shoved his bare feet into his cowboy boots before he'd run downstairs. His jeans were hooked up on his boots, and he couldn't remember whether he'd buttoned them or not, but they were staying up, so he walked alongside the truck, helping Lincoln with the second wheel, which was extremely heavy, and taking them up and setting them on the porch.
We'd better lay these down, just so the kids don't try to roll them and end up hurting themselves. I didn't realize these things would be so heavy. Yeah, they're solid metal, welded together, and they'll make a nice fancy gate entrance for the property. Some dude down in Texas makes them for his livelihood, and while he does ship, it's expensive because of the weight. Nice.
They do look very nice,
Meg said over her shoulder as she followed Annie into the house.
I'm sure my sisters will love them. Thanks for bringing them, and you're welcome to come in if you want to.
Nah, I stink like dog poop, and I think I'll just go home and take a shower. See you guys around.
He didn't say anything more, just threw a hand up on the way to his truck, and Farris let him go. He wondered what happened, but he figured they'd get Annie's side of the story at least. Although, angry as she was, he couldn't imagine it would be a fair telling. Lincoln didn't seem like a bad guy, but he supposed looks could be deceiving. Chapter 22.
Thanks for letting me change. That was gross,
Annie said, coming back into the kitchen and sitting down at the table. Meg had gotten her a new shirt right away, after they'd seen that the cuts on her face were just scratches, and Annie had said that she'd fallen into the bushes. She had been traumatized and scared, and she wasn't crying, so they took care of the dog poop first, and, with Annie's permission, Meg had put the shirt in a bag and thrown it away.
I take it you didn't hear Lincoln pull in, or he thought you were trespassing?
Meg said, bringing a cup of tea over to the table, along with some medical supplies for the scratches on Annie's face.
I'm not sure. I feel bad now. I don't recall ever being that angry before in my life. But I pulled in, and I texted Farris to let him know I was here. but it was 1 o'clock and I wasn't completely surprised when he didn't answer. I walked around the house thinking that maybe I could figure out which bedroom would be his, although looking back, that seems dumb. Don't know how I thought I would know. I just picked one that I thought looked like it had manly curtains in the window and tossed some stones at it, because I didn't know what else to do to let y'all know I was here.
Meg laughed.
I've done some crazy things in the middle of the night, too. My brain goes to sleep at midnight, and it doesn't really matter what happens. It's hard to wake up. Thanks. I feel foolish now, but he must have seen me throwing stones at the window and thought I was trying to break them, Annie said. Must have. It's odd that you didn't hear him pull in. That's what I thought, too, but I honestly wasn't paying attention to anything other than trying to figure out how to get in. I had visions of sleeping in my car for the rest of the night. Then I thought I had the wrong house when he acted like I was trespassing, and he just didn't give me the chance to explain. I guess he thought I was the one trespassing, and then...
Annie didn't say anything more, although Meg's guess was that there was more to the story. But if Annie didn't want to tell it, that was fine. She dabbed at her eye and had the scratches pretty well cleaned off.
These aren't as deep as I thought they were. I don't think they're going to leave scars. I don't even think they're going to scab up too bad. You've got one spot here by your temple that looks like maybe you got poked more than scratched, and that was where the bleeding was coming from. Thank you. I was so mad I didn't even feel the pain or know it was bleeding.
I don't recall ever seeing you angry before,
Farris said.
Not like that. You might stomp your foot a few times, but usually that's in frustration, and you just look cute.
Stop saying I look cute.
Okay, how about I say this? The door was unlocked. You could have walked right in.
Annie looked at him, her mouth open, her eyes showing how stupid she felt.
We never locked our home growing up, either.
No, that's what surprises me so much. What in the world made you think it was locked?
I guess I've just lived with Graham and Pap for so long, and they want their house locked up every night like it's Fort Knox. I mean, deadbolts, chains, pulling the blinds, checking every door twice. And then they ask me to check it after going upstairs. So I've just taken to going upstairs, coming back down, and checking the door. That saves me from having to get out of bed and do it.
They laughed a little, because they'd all been there.
We all have our things,
Meg said easily.
And those things seem to get a little bigger as we get older. I'm sorry. I guess I really didn't need to come, but Farris just shocked me with his "I just got married" text, and I just had to come meet you. But I couldn't leave Graham and Pap, so I had to wait until after I put them to bed, and then I actually decided that I wasn't going to make it. But then the neighbor that I had asked to take my place texted me at 11 and said that she'd be there in the morning, so I decided to come right away. I guess I should have been a little bit more reasonable about everything, but I was just so worked up, and I think it's pretty obvious that I didn't need to be. You seem pretty down to earth. Thanks, but I understand about you being concerned about your brother. That's a good thing. Well, he sold the farm for a lot of money, and I can see some gold digger trying to get it from him. And I guess I feel protective, even though I'm younger. We had to stick together through a lot of things.
You've always been good to me,
Farris said, patting her hand, his affection for his little sister obvious. They didn't even have the normal give and take that siblings sometimes had, where they teased each other and maybe even were a little mean. But as siblings, they felt they could get away with it. There was just nothing but respect and admiration between them. Probably because of losing their older sister and their parents. It really had made them stick together.
I know we talked to Graham and Pap years ago about moving, when you first started helping them, and they didn't want to. I wonder if they'd be interested in moving to Prairie Rose. It'd be nice to have you guys around.
You're staying here?
Probably. This is Meg's home farm, and if we can work out a deal with her sisters, who each own 1/3 shares in it, this will be ours.
Meg nodded, liking the way he said that confidently, but also knowing that her sisters could decide not to sell. He seemed like he'd be okay with it.
How about we wait and see? If you're moving here permanently and are able to buy the farm, I think I can talk Graham and Pap into moving. It would be nice to be around you, and they miss seeing the kids.
Farris nodded and opened his mouth to say something, but then looked at his phone like he was checking the time.
It's late. If you don't mind, we can talk in the morning. You can stay all day?
I can. I should leave by supper time to get back and make sure that Graham and Pap get to bed okay. Make sure the doors are locked, she added with a grin.
Sounds great.
I look forward to it too. It'll be fun to spend the day together and get to know you,
Meg said, putting her hand over Annie's hand. Annie turned it and squeezed, smiling at her as she did so, and Meg felt like she made a friend. She also felt like maybe Annie needed friends, since she'd lost her sister and her parents and had spent so much time taking care of her family. Obviously, family was important to her, and Meg hoped that would include her. Chapter 23. The weeks slid by, with Meg and Farris falling into a routine. He'd go outside and do the barn work first thing, while she and the kids got up a little later, and they'd all meet at the breakfast table around 7:30 or so. Typically, she and the kids would come outside for a while, helping him with chores and doing anything he needed done. Meg usually went in earlier with Jenny and sometimes Missy, and they'd have a nice dinner on the table by 12:30 or so. She'd stay in and do housework while Missy took a nap, and supper would be simple sandwiches or leftovers from dinner. It was July, hot and sticky, and Meg's wheat had been in late, so it wasn't quite ready to harvest. But Farris had gotten the combine repaired and in running condition, and he'd made sure the tractor and the gravity wagon were serviced as well. In the mornings, Meg had helped him get familiar with the routine at the hog barn, which wasn't hard, and she assured him that typically they had no problems with it. The only time it was difficult was when they were moving hogs around. Otherwise, the work was fairly routine, and things went smoothly. There were so many things about her farm that reminded him of the one he'd grown up on. It wasn't hard to fall in love with it, and he was looking forward to the meeting he was having with her and her two sisters and their husbands that afternoon. Meg had called Frances and Arian, the two girls who had watched the kids at the rodeo, and they were coming to play with the kids outside. Not just theirs, but Candace would be bringing her children, and they would play outside as well. At 2:45, he walked in the house, washing his hands and seeing his wife bustling around the kitchen. He'd gotten used to seeing her there and knew that a lot of the feelings that he had for her farm were tied to the feelings that he had for her. If things didn't work out at the meeting, which he couldn't imagine that they wouldn't, wherever they had to go, wherever they ended up, it would be home as long as Meg was there. Maybe he should tell her. This didn't seem like a great time, so instead he said,
Is there anything I can do to help?
I don't think so. I have a vegetable tray and some finger foods I was going to set on the table, but I don't expect things to last too long. Either they're going to be okay with it or they're not, but they're not going to spend a lot of time arguing. At least, I wasn't planning on it.
She lifted her eyes to his, and somehow he knew she just wanted reassurance. He could do that.
I don't want to fight with your family. If this isn't something they want, we'll figure something else out. You and me. What works for us, as long as we're together. Is that okay?
That's exactly what I needed to hear.
Great. Frances and Arian are here, and they're outside with the kids. Last I saw, they were swinging on the swing, but I heard my kids saying something about riding bikes and possibly taking wagon rides. I told them it was okay. Anything that they were allowed to do at home, they could do here. They seem like good girls.
They are. I think they'll be fine with the kids.
They both turned toward the door as the rumble of a motor came through the screen. Her sisters had arrived together, one pickup following another, and they parked behind Farris's truck and Meg's car. Funny how life changed sometimes, and so quickly. And that was what this meeting was about, to keep her life from changing any more. They greeted her sisters, and Meg introduced their husbands to Farris, who shook their hands and felt at ease with the men. They were all cut from the same cloth, farmers, men who worked with their hands, who knew that life was hard, and who had a fierce devotion to their country and family. Rightfully so, since that's where their livelihood lay. He'd admired Meg as she hosted graciously, having everyone seated at the table, with refreshments within reach, and easy conversation flowing around the table. Of course, this was her family, and she was comfortable with them. He was the one that wasn't familiar with anyone. Not to mention, it was the sisters' farm. Now that they were married, their husbands were involved, but unless he missed his guess, neither one of the men were going to demand that their wives do what they wanted, rather than what the sisters wanted. Maybe it was just a courtesy to include the men. He didn't think so. He thought that Meg valued his opinion and wanted him to agree with her as much as he wanted her to agree with him. Candace and Jefferson, along with Esther and Monroe, were probably the same. His new family. Funny, he'd gotten married and more than doubled the size of his family.
Okay, Meg said when there was a lull in the conversation. You guys know we asked you to come here so we could talk about the farm. And of course we need to do that, since things have changed so much for all of us in the last year. You know Farris comes from a farming family, and he recently lost his farm that had been in the family for 8 generations. He's wanting to buy another one. This one. She looked at both of her sisters, and Farris followed her gaze. They didn't look completely shocked, but they weren't nodding, like this was something they were eager to do. We would like to offer to buy each of your shares and make this farm ours.
Her words hung in the air as her sisters stared at her. Farris had to hand it to Meg. She looked cool and comfortable. He wanted to squirm. The silence was getting to him. Neither of the other men moved either, their faces giving nothing away. It felt like forever until someone spoke. By that time, Farris just wanted someone to put him out of his misery and say whether they were going to accept the idea or not, because the weight was getting to him.
I don't know how Esther feels about it, but I love the idea that you guys would have the farm. I do, truly. But I moved out, thinking that I still had a part of the family farm, thinking that we would still be here helping.
Candace said each word softly, easily, definitely not stridently or looking for a fight. It was obvious that she wanted to get along, but she didn't want to let go.
You can still be a part of it. It's not like we're trying to kick anyone out. We'd just like to have it in both of our names. If we're going to be working on it, we wanted it to be ours.
I understand that. That's kind of how I feel, too. That's why I wanted a farm of my own, so that I knew the blood and sweat and tears I was putting into it were mine.
Jefferson leaned back in his chair, his arm around Candace's shoulders. She looked over and smiled softly at him, understanding flowing between them.
I agree with him, but at the same time, I'm not ready to let go.
She looked at Esther.
Do you feel differently?
Esther smiled. It was obvious she didn't want to disagree with either one of her sisters. Finally, she looked at Meg, her face sad.
I'm sorry. I know I'm never going to be a farmer's wife. I'm not going to have the energy or the ability to keep up. That life is too hard for me. But owning a third share in our farm, the one I grew up on, the one our parents and our grandparents lived and farmed, I guess I feel the same way Candace does. I don't want to give that up.
It's been my dream ever since I was a kid to own a farm, but I wanted to work it. I don't want someone else doing all the work for me, just reaping the benefits. But I'm down for whatever Esther wants. It's her farm, her childhood home.
Monroe's words were deep. He had an easy smile and a quick laugh, but he respected the seriousness of the occasion, and his face reflected that.
It wasn't our goal to try to talk anyone into anything,
Meg said, and her voice held steady, although he could almost feel the sadness radiating off her. Disappointment. They would have to talk about what they were going to do, but it was almost a given that they wouldn't stay if they didn't own it.
I guess if anyone changes their mind, or if you guys decide something differently, you can let me know. But all we need to do now is decide how we're going to split up any profit that we make after the expenses are paid.
There was some conversation about that, and Farris had to hand it to the sisters. They were very fair with each other, no one trying to take more than their share or not respecting someone else's point of view. They didn't always agree, but they were quick to compromise. After years of lawsuits and dealing with the belligerence of people who would do anything to have their way, even if it didn't make any sense, even if they had to lie or cheat or outright steal, he appreciated the congeniality and the civil business courtesy of their conversation and discussion. For all the decisions that had to be made, it didn't take more than an hour and a half, and they were laughing and talking as they left, although he could tell that Meg was still disappointed. Her shoulders drooped as they stood on the porch, and he wanted to assure her that if her sisters didn't want to sell, it had to be that God had something better planned for them. He'd been through that enough times that he ought to know. Although, when one was standing with their hopes and dreams in tatters all around them, sometimes it was hard to believe that God could build something better out of it. He stood with his arm around her as her sisters and their husbands and kids pulled out of the drive. She trembled a little, but she waved with a smile on her face, and he admired that. Admired that she didn't want her sisters to know how disappointed she was. That she didn't try to talk them into her way, when another way was better for them. It took a big person to see that maybe what they wanted wasn't what everyone else should be forced to have. So many people went to their graves not understanding that simple truth. It was a basic Christian principle of putting others first, and Meg had just lived it this afternoon.
"You are amazing,"
he said, turning to look at her, putting his hand on her cheek the way he had several nights ago, putting his fingers in her hair and cradling her head with his hand.
I don't feel amazing. I feel gutted.
"I know how badly you wanted that to go differently, and I admire you for not arguing or trying to talk anyone into your way. You put others first in a way that I've seldom seen."
His kids were playing in the yard, and the girls still watched them. Meg needed to take them home, but he hated that she was so down.
You know, I was thinking this to myself last night as I was lying in bed. That whatever happened, I had to accept it, because God can either give us the farm or take it away. But it was all in His will and power. As hard as that is sometimes to accept, I had to. And people are more important than things, even farms. The relationship that I have with my sisters is far more important to me than any farm will ever be. I had to remind myself of that as we were sitting at the table, and Candace started talking, and I knew as soon as she said she wasn't ready, I knew how it was going to end. And I had all of those things I'd been thinking about that I had to remember.
You prepared for the meeting in the right way. So many times we get all of our facts together and we're focused on winning the argument, but you came focused on maintaining friendships and relationships.
He shook his head, just floored at the depth of her character.
Thank you for showing that to me. I've never had an example like that.
No, don't hold me up as an example. I'll probably be crying into my pillow in exactly 10 minutes, as soon as you walk out the door to go to the barn and do something.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with mourning when we lose something, when something we love is taken away. You can cry, but it's how you handled it, taking care to value the people more than the thing you wanted that meant so much.
She smiled, a sad but also an appreciative smile, like his words had meant something to her. He slipped his other arm around her waist and drew her toward him. She laid her head on his chest and wrapped her arms around his waist. This is what he wanted. The rest of the world could do whatever they wanted to, but as long as they were doing God's will and they had each other to hold on to, that was the way it was supposed to be.
For a time in there, it worried me that maybe you'd be so upset and angry about this that it would affect us.
No, never. That was the other thing I was thinking, that you and I had to be a united front. And what I wanted could never come in front of what was best for both of us.
I appreciate that. Maybe tonight after the kids go to bed, you and I can talk about what we're going to do.
I'd like that.
Chapter 24. Meg walked beside Farris in the moonlight, their hands joined together, their footsteps soft on the gravel driveway. The kids were in bed, the lights in the house out, aside from the small light over the kitchen stove, and the summer night sounds, the rustling of the wind in the corn, the occasional squealing of a hog, the far-off cry of an owl, as familiar as the scents that blew in with the breeze. He hadn't said much at supper. He'd not really said much when her sisters and husbands had been there earlier in the afternoon. But she knew he'd been disappointed. He'd wanted to buy the farm, to have something of his own. Not that he didn't love her sisters. He didn't have to know them to love them. She knew it. Just because they were her sisters and she was his wife, he would love them. But because he wanted a place of his own. After what had been taken from him, Meg felt he really deserved it too. Deserved to have somewhere that was his alone. He would help with their farm. Of course he would. But he would want it to be something on the side, with his own place taking his time and attention.
I just wanted you to know that I'm fine with what your sisters said.
His voice seemed loud in the quiet stillness of the night. They'd almost made it to the blacktop road that joined their driveway, and she took 3 more steps before she realized he'd said the exact opposite of what she'd expected.
You don't have to say that just for me.
She spoke carefully, not wanting to accuse him of lying, even though she thought he kind of was. He couldn't be fine with it. I'm not. His words were easy, coming from a place of peace in his soul.
But you want your own place. This would never be ours. It would only ever be a third ours. I know that's not what you wanted.
It's not.
She allowed herself a smile that almost gloated in the darkness, more happy that she'd judged him correctly than that he'd admitted she was right.
But I spent a lot of time thinking after your sisters left, this afternoon and this evening before we put the kids down.
They stepped out on the blacktop and turned right. The fields of their farm followed the blacktop road for over a mile.
I know what it's like to lose a home that's been in your family for generations. It stinks.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. And maybe God had that trial for me so I could be more considerate of others, of you.
He paused, and she didn't know what to say. After all, she did believe that every trial was for a reason, and God often had lessons for them to learn, even when they weren't necessarily obvious in the middle of the trial.
I guess I'm saying, I lost my farm. I don't want you to have to lose yours too. Just because it isn't ours, exactly, doesn't mean that we can't sink our hearts and souls into it, especially because it's our children's heritage. I know in today's world that doesn't mean much to some people, but it means a lot to me, and I don't want to act like it doesn't, even if it didn't come down through my side of the family.
The moon was mostly full, just a little slice missing from the bottom side, and it shone brightly down on crops planted in ground her ancestors had farmed 100 years ago. Maybe they'd walked in the moonlight along this same road, holding hands with their sweetheart and discussing all the things that farmers everywhere did, the weather being the main one. Crops, animals, commodity prices, and the future of their children and their farm.
I wasn't expecting you to say that,
she finally said. It was the truth.
I wasn't expecting to feel that way,
he admitted.
So you're saying you want to stay here?
She asked, even though it had seemed clear.
I'm not the only one making this decision,
he reminded her, not really answering her question.
But that's what you want.
Yes, that's what I want.
She stared at the ground as it passed by under their feet, not really seeing it. She hadn't even considered staying, just knew he wouldn't want to. She hadn't allowed herself to even think about what they'd be leaving, about how she hadn't planned to marry him just to move, how she'd grown up in that house and on this farm and had planned on living here until she died. How much she loved the farm and the land and the area, and how it all felt like home to her, comfortable and secure, with people who had loved her since she'd been born. How could a person leave a place like that? But she hadn't questioned it, had been ready to follow Farris wherever he went, and she hadn't questioned that either. Because he wasn't perfect. She'd figured that out before they'd even gotten married. But he was a good man who tried to do right. And she trusted him, with herself, with their finances, and with her location.
You might not believe me,
she started slowly.
but I hadn't even considered staying. I assumed you wouldn't want to, and I was, and still am, ready to follow you wherever you want to go.
Alaska?
Yes.
China. She turned her head, not hearing any humor in his voice, and concerned that he might be serious. If he was, would she go with him?
Yes.
She had no doubt in her mind that if he were serious, she'd pack up tomorrow, take his children, and follow wherever he led.
You're serious?
He stopped, his voice holding all the surprise she wasn't feeling.
I am.
She stopped too, her heart calm. Knowing this, like she'd known he was the one she wanted to marry. Completely sure. He huffed out a breath, shaking his head, like he couldn't believe it.
I don't deserve that kind of loyalty.
Life doesn't usually give us what we deserve.
That's true.
His voice held sadness, and she remembered all the suffering he'd been through. If anyone knew that life wasn't fair, it was Farris.
Maybe God figured it was about time you get more than you deserve, although I'm not sure I qualify for that.
You do. You are far more than I deserve.
He tugged a little on her hand, pulling her closer to him until she stood in front of him, looking up into his face, hooded by the shadows of moonlight. Her head shook back and forth. She couldn't agree with that, knew how much she wasn't, how much she lacked, how she wasn't nearly good enough for what he needed and should have.
Stop that,
he whispered, his mouth coming down to her temple, keeping her from shaking her head. She smiled, although he couldn't see it. Maybe he could feel it with his chin touching her cheek, his mouth nuzzling along her hairline. Breathing in, she put her arms around his waist and moved closer, the space between them disappearing.
I don't want to go to China.
His voice breathy against her temple.
Me either, but I will,
she said, her own voice coming out low and soft, her heart beating hard and her fingers curling in his shirt. Maybe she'd been afraid when she first thought of a marriage of convenience, afraid that they'd be friends, but never feel like more. Those had been wasted thoughts, since she'd been hoping for a while now that he'd kiss her. Maybe tonight. Maybe now. She pulled back a little and lifted her head. His turned down slowly, the moon reflecting in his eyes and on his forehead.
I want to stay here. I want to raise our children in the house you grew up in. I want to be a part of your community and your family. I want our roots to go deep and strong, and for us to grow old, watching corn and kids and whatever else God gives us, from right here on our front porch.
She swallowed.
I want something much simpler.
Oh? His voice held disappointment, like he'd thought his romantic words should have wowed her, and was disappointed that she wasn't agreeing with him.
Well, I want all those things, truly, but I really want you to kiss me.
Whatever he saw on her face, or maybe it was her words, made him smile.
You're right. That is simpler.
He lowered his head, and she forgot to breathe, forgot to remind her heart to keep beating, and her stomach to stay put. Maybe she forgot her name. She wasn't sure. He lifted his head, and she said the one thing she hadn't forgotten.
Maybe we can move the daybed out of our bedroom.
Chapter 25. Early the next morning, Farris lay awake in the pre-dawn light, thinking about how he would never have seen his life taking the turns it had. That he could now see clearly how God had been guiding him all along, even when it felt like he'd been left alone in the wilderness to fend for himself. How all the twists and turns and sadness and heartache, all the struggle and fight to hold on to his farm, all the heartache as he watched his wife fade away and his children mourn their mother, all the times he'd questioned God about the things he'd lost. It all seemed to make sense now. He wouldn't be the man he was if he hadn't gotten through what he had. Those losses had made him more compassionate, more understanding, more appreciative of what he had, and more determined to hold on to the people and things that really mattered. To not let his pride get in the way of doing the right thing. His thoughts were interrupted by Meg, who stirred beside him, her leg warm and soft, sliding along his, and her body fitting more closely beside him. He ran a hand over the soft skin of her hip and smiled, wondering if she'd mind if he woke her up.
A buzz from the nightstand kept him from pursuing that thought. She turned, her eyes cracking as she reached out for her phone. Her gaze caught his, and the light wasn't very good, but he thought maybe she blushed. He wanted to put his hand on her cheek, cover her lips with his, and chase that blush to wherever it started. But she blinked, seeming to remember her phone was ringing. She tore her eyes away and reached over on the nightstand, picking it up and swiping it on, hitting the speaker button.
"Hello?"
she said, a thread of worry in her tone. It almost had to be an emergency to make someone call before the sun was up.
"Meg?"
The voice said. It sounded like one of her sisters. Maybe Candace.
"Yeah, what happened?"
"Nothing silly," Candace laughed. "Just Esther and I pretty much called each other at the same time, shortly after midnight, with the same thought. We were wrong. If you and Farris want to buy the farm, we want to sell. There is no point in us hanging on to it, especially when it will stay in the family through you."
"I don't want you to have to sell if you don't want to."
"We want you to stay, and we felt like if we don't sell, you and Farris will be moving somewhere else." Meg's eyes went to his, her brows lifted in inquiry. "You can tell them what we decided," he said, softly but clearly. "Meg?" Candace said, her voice holding a question. "Was that Farris?"
"It was,"
Meg said, taking a breath to say more, but Candace cut in. "He's in your room with you?"
"Married people usually sleep together, don't they?"
Meg said, awake enough to give him a grin, which he returned. They'd had good timing. She wouldn't have been able to say that yesterday morning. "Well, yeah, I just know how you two started out, and I wasn't sure."
"Certain parts of a person's life probably should stay private, but we're definitely married in every sense of the word."
Meg's hand slid across the space between them and landed on his chest. She fingered the hair there, absently, maybe, although with the grin on her face, maybe she had an idea of what she was doing. "Well, I'm sorry to wake you. We almost called you last night, but we figured 5 a.m. was better than 1 a.m.
"I agree with that."
"So, do you think you two will stay there?"
"We were going to stay no matter what, so if you guys don't want to sell, don't feel like you have to."
"No, we've decided and we're not changing our minds. We both felt guilty after we left yesterday. We were being selfish, and you and Farris were being considerate. After everything he's been through, he needs a break." "No, I already had my break when Meg married me. Anything else is welcome, but extra." Meg smiled at his words, and her hand traveled down his chest, feathering over his abs. "All right, we can work everything out later. I just wanted to tell you first thing. I guess I just felt guilty and wanted to get it off my chest."
"No need to feel guilty, but your decision is definitely welcome. Thank you."
Meg smiled at her sister, her breath catching as his hand brushed over the warm skin of her thigh. Two could play at that game. It didn't take her long to hang up and for her phone to disappear. "I suppose I won't mind if your sister wants to call every morning at 5 a.m. and wake you up. You're kind of warm and cuddly this time of the morning."
"Oh, and I wasn't warm and cuddly last night?"
He grinned, loving the memories that flowed between them. "I can't remember. Maybe you'll have to remind me about what all happened last night so I can think about it." Her grin widened, but he didn't give her a chance to answer. They could talk later. Epilogue. Annie Warner pulled into her brother's new farm. She'd made an emergency visit in the dead of night when she'd first heard about his marriage. but after she'd met his wife and seen them together, she'd realized her concern was unfounded. Farris might not have spent a lot of time getting to know his new bride, but she was a salt-of-the-earth kind of woman and the perfect match for her brother. She definitely wasn't a money-grubbing gold digger like Annie had feared. Stopping in front of the house, Annie looked around, memories coming back. Memories of a tall and quite substantial man. One whose size should have made her feel threatened and intimidated, especially since he'd tackled her to the ground. But his care, even as he thought he was protecting his friend's home from an intruder. He'd been careful, gentle, tender even. Still strong, still masculine, and still large. She sighed, unwilling to admit that she'd moved her grandparents and herself to Prairie Rose for any reason other than she wanted to be close to her brother and his children. But maybe, in the back of her head, she hoped that she'd see that man, Lincoln, again, under circumstances more conducive to getting to know him. Of course, she'd broken his nose and bitten his hand. Not the best way to start a relationship. Maybe he had a brother. With a smile, she didn't want his brother. She wanted to know him. She closed her car door and started up the stairs. Farris and Meg were taking a day trip to look at a new feed system for the barn, and she was going to watch the kids. Maybe she'd take them in town for ice cream. Maybe she'd hint around and see if Meg could tell her whether she could expect to meet Lincoln in town while she was there. She grinned, shaking her head at herself. A man wasn't going to be interested in a woman who'd introduced herself over his bloody nose and aching fingers. She'd better focus on taking care of her grandparents and doting on her nieces and nephews. It seemed like the Lord might not have a romance planned for her future, and she needed to be okay with that. After all, she knew her grandparents had to be her first priority, and any man who wanted her would have to accept the fact that they came with her. And what man would want a woman with that kind of baggage? This has been Heartland Stars, A Cowboy Christmas Sweet Romance, Book 7. Written by Jesse Gussman. Performed by Jay Dice. Executive production and cover art by Julia Gussman. Editing by Heather Hayden. Copyright 2022 by Jesse Gussman. Production copyright by Jesse Gussman.